and then we can move on. Get convo going. Yes, Mario. Mario is working. Okay, brilliant. I thought I'd change it up tonight. I'm not gonna ask a question because there's no point in asking a question. We never talk about the actual topic. So this is just a general Cyprus live TikTok debate. Give it a second, guys. Let the live go out. I've just started. I am a little bit late tonight. First time ever, I believe, that I'm late. Maybe once or twice in the last couple of years, but always good to be on time. But unfortunately, a bit late tonight. So, okay, we keep it going. We keep it going for a couple of hours and see if we can get a convo going. If you are coming in, say hello, get comfortable. Still up to date. I'm guessing I probably ask you this every time, mate, but you have to forgive me because I forget. Greek or Turkish Cypriot? Cyprus will unify before 2040. That's what you believe. I believe Cyprus will have a solution, or at least some frameworks to a solution by the end of the year, especially with what's going on right now in the region. There's absolutely no doubt that things can turn overnight. I think Cyprus has become a very, it's always has been a point or a country that's very unique in the region, and everybody wants a piece of. So unfortunately, because of that, we will have to have some sort of solution very quickly, because even the people on the ground, even the Cypriots, as we can see, are not very happy even with the British bases at the moment. So not to mention the Greek versus Turk rhetoric that we hear all the time, which I don't think is anything harmful at all. Nothing wrong with a bit of competition. Greeks send a ship, Turks send a ship. Greeks send the airplanes, the Turks send the airplanes. I'm totally cool with that. Fighter jets left, right and center. The point is, and the problem is, that we need a solution for the island, and enough having it being used and abused by every single country. No offense, including Greece and Turkey. George Jason, you tell me what you think. Welcome to
Hello, sir.
LBC, leading Britain's conversation. How you doing?
I'm fine, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, long time. Where you been?
I think we talked a week ago. I said I think there is no reason coming to these lives. I will come rarely, and
Okay.
this. I love you, man. I love you, man.
No, I
I
love you
will
too, bro. It's
be.
good. It's good to have a break. It's good to have a break. I totally agree with you. Sometimes I need 1 week off as well.
I think there is no reason to talk with the company we have. I will just say this. I prefer it. I prefer to talk in Greek. In a little, I will talk in Greek. But I think there is no common ground among the people we talk. Perhaps there is common ground with some others.
Why don't we
But
bring more Cypriots, man? I agree with you. There's not enough Greek Cypriots coming to this live, and I don't know why, man. I mean,
Sophocles,
I
what do
would
you mean
prefer.
Cypriots? I think I stretched
Πειραιώς,
my
λέει, πειραιώς.
my logic to the point I can't stretch it anymore. Φίλε μου, πριν 2-3 μέρες η παρέα, η γνωστή παρέα, ήταν πεπισμένη 100% η γνωστή παρέα της άλλης πλευράς ότι μαζεύουμε οπλισμό για να τους κάνουμε επίθεση.
Yo, are you Greek, bro?
Yes, my friend, I am Greek Cypriot.
Εννοείς εκεί, bro.
Are you both?
Να κάνει επίθεση, εννοείς.
Ότι η παρέα των 3-4 παιδιών που μιλούμε συνήθως ήταν σίγουρη 100% ότι οι φρεγάτες και τα αεροπλάνα έρχονται για να επιτεθούμε στα κατεχόμενα.
Okay.
Και μάλιστα
Understand.
αποκαλούσαν μας ιδιώτες, βλάκες, τέλος πάντων, και ότι αν το τολμήσουμε, να πίνουν τον καφέ τους στη Λάρνακα και στην Πάφο. Οπότε δεν ξέρω αν πρέπει να συζητώ μαζί τους. Πραγματικά. Anyway, so I'm here to...
Συμφωνώ, you know why? Because I do think we should have different views and more people, different people. Not always the same, conversation, the same problems. It's not going to work like this. When I first started this live, we were getting a lot of people coming in. And it gets boring as well, George. Rakunda, you know what I mean?
It's not just boring. It's no use because there is negativity from some people. There is negativity. I think if we bring documents, if we bring witnesses that this happened, they will say no. I stretched my logic, and it became toxic for me. I am here because, not because of the company, because of some people like you, and some people like some other Turkish Cypriots, and because many people are listening to us. And I want to yes, I believe in
What are
your
you guys
life.
fighting for? Are you guys like fighting for land in Anatolia?
Well,
We are fighting. Who are you, my friend? Introduce yourself.
I'm brother. I'm Kurdish from Rojalat, which is Iranian Kurdistan.
We are talking
you
about
live in Kurdistan, sorry.
You guys are talking about what?
Do you live in Kurdistan, you think?
No, I don't live in Kurdistan right now.
Because your microphone's not, maybe it's me, but I can't hear you very well.
Oh, my bad. I think it's something wrong. But can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
A little better. Yeah, I think there's something going wrong with my phone. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
So what part of the world do you live in?
I live in Norway, bro.
What do you know about Cyprus?
What do I know about Cyprus?
Yeah.
I mean,
Tell us what you know first, and then maybe George can explain to you the situation.
Cyprus, it's a small country in the Mediterranean Sea, which it's probably mostly occupied by the Turks. From what I've heard, there are many Turks there, and they all speak Turkish. But it's a beautiful country, from what I know. But I think it's Greek by ancient. Like, I'm not quite sure. I heard something about it being Greek, but I'm not.
You're not like totally far off. You're not totally far off, but there is a few things that may not be correct. It's not a majority Turkish speaking island. It's kind of mixed. I mean, George knows better, but I think it's about 70% at the moment Greek Cypriot and 30% Turkish.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows so exactly because the numbers in the occupied area is unknown. Anyway, in a future solution, the number, as I heard, the negotiators, Mavroyannis and Nami, they said that they will remain in the percentage of 1960 count, that it was 78 Greek Cypriots and 18 Turkish Cypriots.
Wow.
And we will stay somewhere there. But the power sharing will be different, perhaps 30-70 in the senior positions of the government, and in a future BBF solution.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is my point. I think I stretched my personal logic to the maximum, and I think with the Turkish Cypriots, we are starting from a different point. If they see the occupied part as a real state, a legal state, and in our side, in our perspective, we see, as all the world sees, the island as a half-occupied island. If we start from these different points, we will never have something to discuss.
Yeah.
I think we have two different starting points, and for example, 6 fighter jets came in the occupied area. For some of the Turkish Cypriots, because they consider TRNC as legal, they say it's outrageous for the Greek Cypriots to tell us what to do in the north.
Yeah.
For us, it is very logical to wonder what these planes do there, because for me and for the whole world, the north part of Cyprus is an occupied territory. So there is a gap there. There is a gap there. That's why I will stay for a few minutes. I will leave. I will be in the company.
Hey,
But
yeah.
I think that there is no reason, no common ground to discuss.
While you're here, and thankfully migration is here. Migration, thanks for coming up, man. Cyprus migration. I think you're definitely one of the misunderstood guys on this panel, and maybe last time I shouldn't have, like you said, I should have asked you directly what happened instead of assuming. So apologies for that, migration. Sincerest. And yeah, man, welcome to the live. And don't feel like you don't
So,
belong here
hello.
or anything like that. Yeah.
All good, eh? All good, no problem.
This is why I don't get involved Cyprus migration, because once I get involved, it doesn't make sense. I have to either defend everyone or block
No,
everyone, and I don't want to do any of that.
it's all good.
This is a
It's
conversation
okay, it's
for
okay.
everybody, even if you're Elam. Good, be Elam. Tell us your view, right? Tell us why you Elam, and let's debate. This is why we do this.
Yeah,
Don't do it
basically,
for-
Elam is just saying that we need to go to the constitution that's been agreed in 1960. They're not saying something outrageous because the 1960 constitution was signed by Vasil Kuchuk, Denktash, Makarios.
What's wrong with the 60 constitution?
I don't know. Ask the Turkish Cypriots. They want the bizonal, bi-communal. They want 2 states. I don't know what they want.
Ken,
They
what's
want
wrong with
something
the constitution since you're up? Since you're the only Turkish, I don't know. Mountain, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know where you're from. Or the
Yes,
mountain.
actually, you know, no, I'm not. I'm neither Turkish nor Cypriot nor Greek. I'm just an outsider to this, but I'm quite interested. So I wanted to learn more about the Cyprus problem.
Okay, well, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking, if you can introduce yourself?
Yeah, no, I live in the UK, but originally from Somaliland in East Africa.
Okay, welcome, man. Yeah, so you're just here to listen, no problem. Ken, if you are there, tell us, as a Turkish Cypriot, or if there's any other Turkish Cypriots here, come on up. Tell us what's wrong with the 1960 constitution and why the Turkish Cypriots don't like Elam that much.
Why they don't like what? I didn't quite get that one.
Don't like Elam. I'm guessing Turkish Cypriots aren't big fans of Elam, the party.
Well, obviously, they're nationalists and far right. Doesn't need much explanation, does it?
Ken, you vote for UBP? Ken, you vote for UBP or CHDP? UBP is Elam, the same thing it is. So why you don't like Elam? We have the same mindset, right?
I don't know where you
You
get.
vote for UBP, it's the same thing.
I don't know where you're getting your information, Cyprus Mayor. You need to get better information than what you're getting, mate.
You support UBP?
I don't support anyone. I'm not political. Okay, Cyprus.
Hey, so why you have an opinion then? You shouldn't have an opinion if you're not political.
I'm not going
on
to decide
politics.
my opinion with you, especially with you. So,
Dax, okay, no problem. All good, all good.
yeah.
What about the 1960 constitution, Ken? What's wrong with it if we go back to it? Exactly as it was. What was the issue?
Well, it wasn't Turkish Cypriots who dissolved it and they wanted to change it. You need to ask that question to Greek Cypriots. You know, it's like you've been to the casino, you lost your money, now you want it back. You know, it's ridiculous. And you're talking about nearly 60 years past the constitution, and no constitution.
If that constitution was, let's say, it is still there, but if it was reactivated, let's call it, and restarted, what would happen?
Nothing will happen. It won't work. It's old constitution. All right. It wasn't the Turkish Cypriots who didn't like it. It was the Greek Cypriots. It was Makarios wanted to change it.
This is kind of talking about the future because it is a possibility that we could go back to the constitution if we had to. Why wouldn't it work? Why do you think it won't work?
You changed it 18 times. You changed it. You want to sort of come out of EU and start all over again.
Can I ask a question to you?
Yeah, go on, Martin. Why not?
Just the point about the constitution, is it not a bit of a moot point if half of the island is occupied militarily, forcibly?
Ireland is not occupied. Turkish side.
No,
is not
the northern half of that is occupied by Turkey.
Is TRNC created by Turkish Cypriots. Turkish Cypriots indigenous to the land. They were living there. They didn't occupy it.
No,
The
that's
land,
not
this
what
says
I'm saying.
nowhere
What
it
I'm
says
saying
the
is
land occupied apart from
Turkey
Greece.
is by proxy effectively is occupying the northern half of the island.
No,
Like
no.
even me as an
Turkey's got
outsider,
bases in Ireland.
I can see that quite
Turkey's got
blatantly.
bases in Cyprus. So's British. So's what was it, French. So United America, are they occupying Cyprus as well?
But they're not.
Well, how come Turkey is occupied? It's just because you decide who occupies it or not. Yes.
No, literally, Turkey invaded the island, created part of it as a separate country, and is the only country that recognizes it as a separate country.
Turkey didn't invade
That's
the
literally
island.
occupation
Turkey
and annexation.
intervened.
It's
Turkey
literally
intervened
textbook
because
annexation and
Greek
occupation.
Cypriots tried. Well, look, I listened to you. You need to let me listen to me as well. You said Turkey occupied the island. Turkey didn't occupy the island. Turkey intervened to protect the Turkish Cypriots, and he had a guarantor power rights to do that. Okay, so there's no resolution or United Nations, whatever it is, says Turkey is occupying Cyprus. It's only Greek Cyprus.
It is. It is. We said it again, Ken. 551 says about the occupied part of Cyprus.
You need to read the 5-1 again. Okay.
I read it from to you 15
No, there's
days
no
ago.
occupation.
There is
From the
no occupation. There's no UN resolution that says Cyprus is occupied.
Brother,
Yes,
how
there
can
is.
it be occupation? How can it be occupation if there was two communities fighting each other and people were dying, and then when this country came, the war stopped. Do you understand? And no one has died for 45, 50 years. How is that occupation? That's peace.
Yeah, but
Peace
to
with
be honest with
5,000 people.
you guys, you haven't got a clue what occupation is anyway.
Okay. Look, I
Occupation is
will
what they done
Sorry,
to.
can I just finish my point? So, look, as an outsider looking in, for me, the problem is the people who live on the island. They can agree probably amongst themselves.
Sorry, Mamta,
Provided-
just before you continue, sorry to interrupt you. I'm not
Sure.
saying you're wrong or right, but where did you get the information that you're telling us from?
Publicly available resources online.
Okay.
So, from what I read online,
Are you from Somaliland?
yes, as it says on the title.
Okay. I support Turkey and Somalia, though. You know, Turkey's doing well in Somalia.
Yeah, that's fine. That's calm. But I from what I read online, it said that basically Turkey invaded in 1974. Is that true, or is that like, is he saying that's fake news, host?
Of course, it's fake news.
I will say something and I will leave because I will not say my opinion. I will say what UN says. 550 says that condemned and declared of the so-called TRNC and said that this is illegal. This has to be denied from all the countries. And according to UN, this part of Cyprus is occupied. This is the word. I don't want to go to a dialogue. It's not my opinion. You can read it from the United Nations official site. Occupied part of Cyprus.
Doesn't say that. It condemns the TRNC. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about it.
Okay, Ken. Anyway, okay, guys. Good night from me.
You don't need to go, George. But if you want to mute, if you want to listen, it'll be good.
But how can we discuss if we have something that is written and we say there is not written? This is no.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, my brother, George,
Evening, everyone.
George,
Yeah,
peace.
My name is Eddie. Can I just say something to you, George, before you go, please?
Yes, Eddie.
You don't like what's going on, what's being said. But Chako,
Is that Sava?
53 years since you say that Turkey occupied the land, there's been one killing of a Greek Cypriot who tried to bring a flag down. In 54 years, there's been no trouble. You've been coming across, we've been coming across, no problems. Now, you're causing a problem, the Greek Cypriots, bringing in America, bringing in England, bringing in Israel, bringing in France. What is your problem, Rechako? What is your problem? You want the whole island and the Turks to fuck off, Cypriot Turks to go to Turkey? Is this what you want?
You're going to make him cry in a minute.
Answer me what I've just said to you, George.
What did you say, Ken? What did you say, Ken? Anyway, I said what I wanted. I listened to you, Ken. I will listen. I listen to you, John. I have nothing to say more. So,
You have nothing to say more because you can't say, George. You haven't got anything to say. You haven't got anything to say.
Eddie, off topic, but you sound like Sava, who's trying not to sound like Sava.
He's
Eddie,
a Turkish summer.
And I've been listening to this thing program for months and months, and bro, it's not going nowhere. So Chris, it's not going nowhere.
I agree with you that with this kind of dialogues and conversations and points of view, perspectives, I have nothing to say. Good night, my friend.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, George.
No, they come back. What is going on, man? I can't believe it, honestly.
So Eddie, what's the problem? You don't like Israel there? You
The
don't
problem
like
is people
America?
like George, brother. I'm not being racist or anything, but the problem is people like George. There's too many of them.
What did George say to offend you?
About the island is occupied. I only go by what I read from the UN and this and that. Bro, come on.
Yeah, Jay says the same thing, innit, Jay?
Come on, man.
What's up?
You're right, Jay. You're right, Senator. You're right.
Well,
TC, Jan.
yeah, I mean, George seems to think that the TRNC doesn't have a right to defend itself.
No,
Of course he
At
does.
the end of the day, he said that they send 6 jets there to Cyprus from Turkey, and they seem to think that we don't have the right to defend ourselves. What's wrong with that? Did we complain when half of Europe came with their ships to the south? It said nothing.
Yeah, but I
But it
don't see
seems
why it's a
like
problem anyway, though. I don't see why it's a problem
yeah,
anyway.
but it is a problem to people like George because they think that that we don't have a right to defend ourselves. Of course we do as Turkish Cypriots.
Listen,
problem-
I'll
the
be
problem
completely
with
honest. I'll be
problem with
completely
George
honest.
is that they think Cyprus belongs to the Greek Cypriots and we're like refugees. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm gonna say something, and you lot might not like it, right? But there's only one Turkish Cypriot in the world that I don't like, and it's Senator.
Senator.
Senator, what have you done, bro?
what do you
Hey,
do?
Oh, he's just eating too much souvlaki, bro. That's what he's doing.
Standard.
Why do you don't like Senator?
Hey, you've got to ask him, man.
He invited me to a Coca-Cola party the other day. There was no Coca-Cola.
What? Sorry.
Conquified. Is that the season?
Nah. Basically, what happened was,
You've got that.
he started talking about, occupation and this and that, and he's just, you know what I mean? He's a bit lost. Jay's a bit lost, by the way. He doesn't really know his history. Jay, explain your views, please, so these guys can understand.
Look, listen, just to give you a little bit of background, right? Just so you can kind of see where the world's going, because obviously a lot of the older generation, they're held back a lot with regards to the split. Senator's a Turkish Cypriot, I'm a Greek Cypriot. We both live in Cyprus. He's on the other side, I'm on this side, and we meet up on a weekly basis and we go for food together. If that doesn't show you that there's progress, then I don't know what there is.
You have
What do you eat, man?
evaluate somebody. It's
Yeah,
a
but
progress.
Michael, we take one step forward and then we take 3 steps backwards.
Yes.
Look, it's Jay. Look at the events that have taken place this week.
Yeah.
Does it bode well for any solution on the island? Just put your hand on your heart. Do you think Christodouloudes is up for even a BBF? Come on, man.
I think look, personally, I think he's a massive waste of space, and I think 90% of the politicians are.
He's sitting there in his Top Gun jacket, trying to play the big boy in front of the French Macron. Anyway, whatever his name is, the French Prime Minister.
John, listen. Do you know what the thing is, though? Do you know what the thing is?
And I'm looking at him, and he's what it is, he's posturing, puffing out his chest, trying to tell the world, look who we've got here to protect us, man. This Erdogan must be looking at him,
thinking he's a waste man. He's thinking he's a waste.
I can't do any business with this guy. I can't have a solution
But
with
Jan,
this guy.
but Jan, do you know what the problem is, though? This is the way you've got to think about it. But listen, I know a lot of people, sometimes they think that lives like this are useless and that they don't go anywhere and this, that, the other, and blah, blah, blah. But you have to understand the fact that we're all sitting on a live on a weekly basis talking about how even after all this bullshit happens on TV and the politicians and this, that, the other, that we're still sitting here and trying. Now, the fact that we're doing that, you can imagine how many thousands of us there are that want something to happen for the best, right?
Bravo,
So
bravo.
regardless of what happens on TV or the politicians or this, that, there's going to be hiccups, there's going to be stupid things that are said, there's going to be a lot of bullshit that happens, man. But if we keep pushing and people like us actually stick together, then eventually, sooner or later, somebody or something's going to happen that will change. It has to.
Well, brother, it triggers us. It triggers us as
Can I
Turkish
just say something?
Cypriots.
Can I say something, please? How can it change when every UN meeting you've got a Greek Cypriot, I don't know if he's a politician or what, going there and talking as if that Turkey's just invading. They've invaded our land. We don't want them there. The UN has to do something. Bro, the UN ain't done shit for 50 years. Well, you think they're going to do something now?
50
We're getting a suntan, man.
More
We're
like
getting a
60,
nice suntan on the Green Line.
60 years.
They just keep popping up with too many people from the Greek Cypriot side coming against it. They don't want a solution.
They just want the island back. That's it.
Let's talk about current events. I mean, I don't want to go back from the 50s and 60s, but even today, I can see it as clear as daylight. I can see that they don't want no solution on the island.
Jan,
do you know what? As a Turkish Cypriot, I'm thinking to myself, fuck them. I'm thinking, all of a sudden, it makes us go the other way.
Yeah,
We
but
think,
Jan-
look at the way they're acting.
Jan, do you know what that's down to though, mate? You know how you say, for example, you can't talk about the 50s or 60s. I hate talking about the 50s or 60s. But you know, the biggest thing it comes down to is acknowledgement, right? And when you get words thrown out there that it's this person's fault, that person's fault, this, that, the other, the acknowledgement that the Greek Cypriots have been brainwashed their whole lives, and I'm talking from a personal perspective, is the fact that we done nothing wrong and you guys are terrorists, right? That's genuinely how we were brainwashed growing up, right? As you grow up and you realize that it's a load of fucking bollocks, right? And that there's loads of shit that we done that was to blame, but 99% of the population have no idea about it, and you get politicians pointing the finger, it won't change, right? So that's why I'm saying things like this are so educational, because until people learn the truth of what happened and not play the blame game with each other, but acknowledge that what happened actually did happen, and that in order to move forward, that acknowledgement needs to happen and to progress, right? So it doesn't happen again, then that's the only way things are going to happen.
I think you're tarring everyone with the same brush there. I don't think that's completely true that Greek Cypriots don't know. There's a lot of Greek
I said a lot of the population, man. You look, listen, Michael, right? I don't know where you grew up. I grew up in North London. Yeah, my grandma had to leave Cyprus because of the they call it invasion. I've now learned to see it as an intervention, right? But listen, at the end of the day, a lot of people died both sides. A lot of issues happened. I heard firsthand that there was an area very close to where I live called Armenohori that was a very Turkish area. And unfortunately, they got isolated. There was barely any food supplies going there. They were treating them like second-hand citizens. And you're going to sit here and tell me that there was nothing that was happening? It's bollocks. I'm not. Listen.
1 minute. That's not what I said. I said what you're saying about Greek Cypriots don't know about what happened.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I misunderstood. I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
I've heard stories from people that were there at the time.
My point is, though, Michael, is always going to be very one-sided from both sides. And because of that, there's a lot of fear-mongering, man. There's a lot of fear-mongering.
Right,
People
you know what,
from
Jay?
all the way back then are scared that shit's going to happen now. But, Jan, I'm not being rude. I'm a very young person. If you come over here, what you think in my brain, my first thing is kill this guy. It's impossible. Right? My first thing is let's have a conversation.
I know the way that you speak, Jay. Yeah, you're a genuine guy, but and I'm sure there's many like you. But what I'm trying to say is, when Erdogan got into power, there was a lot of enthusiasm on the island. You know, things were going to move forward. But I'm afraid to say, Christo Deluzis has turned this around upside down, and now I just feel like they were a million miles away from.
Yeah, but you know what that is,
solution
though.
on that
You know
island.
what that is, though. That's a power trip, though, Jan. Yeah. That look, listen. If one side starts to show, look, listen. The way that I see it, okay, right? You're is it? Would you call him a president? Is that what you would call him?
ROC for the
Okay.
ROC. Yeah.
No. But I'm saying the president from your side. Is that what he is? He's a president.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, right. So the president of the TRNC, he comes in, he starts to show some sort of characteristic that says, look, let's move forward positively. Now, although 90% of the world would see that as a positive thing, do you know how the ROC president probably sees it? Which is the worst way to think in the world, but it's the most Cypriot way of thinking. He probably sees it as a weakness now because he knows that he's got a person that can finally sit down and wants to negotiate, which he probably never expected would happen. So now he's sitting there twiddling his fingers thinking, fuck, I've got myself in a position now where I've finally got somebody who's willing to negotiate, but maybe that was never the plan in the first place from my side. So what do I do? Do you see what I'm saying? Look, the Greek politics on the Cyprus side, I never will believe unless finally a group of people come in that genuinely want the change from the get-go, yeah, we'll implement it. I think if you're telling me that our guy came in from day one and wanted to implement the whole peace thing and now that crunch time's finally arrived and he can't offer it and sit on the table and make it happen, then it's all a load of bollocks. It was never the plan in the first place.
That's a proper mic drop moment there, Jay.
But it's true though, no? If he really wanted all of this problem solving from day one and the guy from the other side's finally there to make it happen, why is he not doing it?
Tell you what it is, Jay. None of the Greek Cypriot prime ministers, they don't want to be the one to oversee it. They're like,
But then when's it ever going to happen though? When the fuck's it ever going to happen? It's not
I want to
fair.
go down in history as the one that put forward this joint republic, and then it goes balls up. And then
All right, okay, it goes balls up.
That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it.
I understand, but then it goes balls up. Like, look, listen, what can you do? We're either going to sit here for the next 200-300 years twiddling our fingers, hoping that there's going to be a solution. But who the fuck's going to make the solution if everyone's got no balls to make it happen?
Maybe Israel. Maybe Israel will make the solution.
Nere, like Israel are going to be the ones to bring two countries together. They're a bunch of fucking idiots as well.
So why has he got them in there? Why has he got him in with them? Why did he have to bring them in?
Because he shook. Because he shook.
Let me answer Eddie.
He shook.
This deal with Israel from 15 years ago, it didn't happen just after the latest intervention in Palestine or whatever happened. This deal's been on the plate for 15 years, and Turkey were doing deals with Israel up until 2 or 3 years ago. Let's not go down that road. And you know what I mean? It's a pre-existing deal we had with them to explore for gas in the sea.
But this is why nothing's moving forward. This is what I'm saying. No, this is why nothing's moving forward.
It's not because of
money. They're bringing in money to the south side like no one's business.
They've been on the north as well. All right, you lot might have got rid of them now, but they was on the north originally as well, and there's still a few of them on the north. So
they're not allowed to buy anything though now. They're not allowed to buy anything.
We've made the rule now. They're only allowed to buy one property. I think
they can't buy nothing, bro. They can't buy nothing.
That up, but I think that's either getting approved in government or it's already been approved.
Stop, bro. They can't buy nothing now.
They're not even allowed to buy one. Well, that's good. Listen.
Jay, what do you think Chris Deluda's game is? Sorry, Michael. What do you think his game is? Do you think he's where do you rate this guy? What
Look, man, I don't know, man. This is the problem because it's like one day it's like Jekyll and Hyde. It's one day he wants this, the next day he keeps his mouth shut, the next day he's this, the next day he keeps his mouth, the next day you're making stupid deals with Israel, the next day you're doing this. But I physically couldn't tell you. And that's the issue. Until you find somebody that comes in with a concrete agenda and bloody sticks to it, nothing's going to change.
We need someone like Erdogan who's coming in pro-resolution.
Exactly. But from day one, it has to be that from day one.
Christodoulides says that he wants it, but we need someone that's really pro.
He says that he says that he wants it on his conditions. It can't be his conditions that align with Greece. It has to be the Cypriot conditions.
Well, it's nothing to do with Greece. I mean, it's
Ray, you say that, man. The geezer's flying to Greece on a weekly basis to sit there with him and Netanyahu for the security of the country. Why not go sit with Erdogan and discuss the security of the country?
Well, you can't sit with Erdogan. Erdogan doesn't recognize him as a leader.
Of course, mate. He was there a month ago and they were posting pictures together about how they're NATO allies. And you're telling me they can't sit down together to talk about Cyprus?
Well, he doesn't recognise him as the head of state of Cyprus. He doesn't recognise.
That's because we don't recognise them.
He was talking about he had a meeting with the Greek Prime Minister from
Yeah,
Greece.
Mitsotakis, yeah, this is what I mean. All of this, I mean, Mitsotakis and Erdogan just met up. They're like on very good terms at the moment.
Anyway, gents, I'm leaving. Nice talking to you all. Take care.
in a bit, mate. But listen, I just get very frustrated, right? I get very frustrated because, look, listen.
You're out there. Let's talk for real in front of our Turkish Cypriot brothers about the real views of the Greek Cypriots. They're indifferent. It's like when you speak to them about it, the Cypriots from Cyprus. I'm not talking about the Londoners who've grown up in a more liberal society, etc. Do they want it? Do they not? Like they're just like
Can I tell you something that's not going to sound nice, but on the other hand, it's not as bad either, right? If you ask 75% of the Cypriots that live over on this side, to be honest with you, their answer would be, I don't give a shit whether it changes or not because it doesn't affect us, right?
Exactly.
That's the sad reality of it. The other percentage are the ones that are pushing for it. The 75% that don't give a shit are the ones that are scared that if there is integration, what happens next?
The only
So
ones
that means it's going to take a brave man on your side to go against the grain.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And Christos Olidis isn't that guy. Unfortunately, he's not that guy.
Do you know what I say, Jay? Say the Greek Cypriot people don't want it. They don't want anything to do with Turkey. It's not against Turkey.
Yeah.
Then negotiate the best two-state you can get. But
mate,
if you said that, they'll chew your head off if you.
Look, Michael, do you like? I don't know you obviously. Do you live here in Cyprus?
No, unfortunately not.
All right, fine. So look, listen. If you knew the amount of Syrians and other Muslim population that live on this side, they've got mosques on this side. They integrate on this side. I've got 3 or 4 of my best mates over here that I met over here that are Lebanese and Syrian, and you're telling me that our own Turkish Cypriot blood brothers that we've lived with for generations over a fucking bunch of pricks back in the 70s.
But Jay, listen, if we're talking about the problem, it's not the Turkish Cypriot. No one's got. It's Turkey's involvement in the republic that is people's problem. That's the way I see it.
I don't think it is. I honestly don't think it is because everybody on this side, regardless of whether we like to admit it or not, knows that there's a shit ton of Turkish military on the other side because we were pricks to begin with, and they're scared on that side that something's going to happen again.
Listen, man, Cyprus is a long.
Can I ask you a question, Michael? And you got to answer truthfully, yeah? Right? Yeah. Tomorrow, all of a sudden, we get attacked, yeah, or not attacked. We start getting treated like third-class citizens, right? We get put into little camps. We get our water supplies cut off, our food supplies cut off. We get treated almost like slaves, yeah? Right? And all of a sudden, Greece come in and save us, yeah? Are you telling me that you wouldn't want those Greek soldiers to stay to protect us just in case they do fuck off and we get shafted again? Be honest.
I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I'm going to put it to you like this. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, but it's not about 2 wrongs make a right. They're scared. They're scared of their safety, Michael.
I've been one of the most vocal. I could speak to my mum. I'm at her house at the moment. She could tell me what the Turkish Cypriots went through in the 60s in Balfour. They had to retreat to the mountains, etc. They had hard times, and yes, 100%, I agree with that.
Michael, you got to bring her up, bro.
No, she'll just think I'm mad. She goes to bed at 8 o'clock. My mum's getting old now.
All right.
Next time I'll bring her up. But 2 wrongs don't make, and my whole point is, yes, the Greek Cypriots were wrong. It wasn't the majority. It was.
Michael, I'm not saying that. I'm not. But this is what needs to stop. I'm not sitting, and I want to make this clear. And I don't care if this offends the rest of the Turkish Cypriots on this panel. I don't. At this precise moment, it's not about who was wrong or right. It's about the acknowledgement that stuff actually happened. That's what it is. It's not about who done what, when it happened, who was right, who was wrong. It's that at this precise moment, we're in a situation where the Greek Cypriots aren't happy that there's Turkish soldiers, but the Turkish people that are living on that side are like, well, why the fuck should we get rid of them, right? And until we understand why that's always going to be a conversation, right? Then listen, there will never be a solution. All we have to decide is if we either accept that there's going to be a Turkish military here, and maybe alongside having a Turkish military here, we also match it with a Greek military, or
I know you don't listen to these lives, but this is what I've been saying this whole time.
Can you imagine the scenario now? Imagine as Turkish Cypriots, we told Turkey to bugger off tomorrow. And just say for argument's sake, they did. And can you imagine a scenario now? You've got France rocking up, with its flipping aircraft carrier, hugging and kissing Christodoulou, and then you've got Greece coming in with its frigates, and then you've got all these other countries coming. How do you think the Turkish Cypriots would feel today? We would feel...
John, I think if it was a united island, all of these countries would be coming, along with Turkey. Turkey would be right there next to them. That's
but Turkish Cypriots are never going to see these countries as friends. We're Turks at the end of the day. We're not going to see it. That's why it's imperative that we keep Turkey by our sides.
Listen,
because
they're allies with Spain and Italy. They've got close relations with those countries. They're not on terrible relations with France. Britain just sold Turkey £15 billion worth of fighter jets. So I think they are quite friendly with these.
But Michael, from a Turkish perspective, if you're a Turkish Cypriot, you wouldn't be thinking like that at all.
This is the point that I'm trying to make as well, and I'm not being biased on either side whatsoever. Do you know what the thing is though? And I hear this a lot on the lives. You know how everybody says, "Oh, but I'm a Cypriot. I'm not Turkish. I'm not Greek, or this, that, the other." Yeah, but we have heritage. Yeah, we have something called heritage. And somebody once told me something and it stuck with me forever, right? It was, if you're a South African elephant and you're born in London Zoo, does that make you an English elephant? Right? No. Right? You're still a South African elephant, right? So my point being is, regardless
you're
whether
a South African elephant and you're born in London, you're a Londoner.
No, come on, man. You see the point that I'm trying to make, yeah?
Come on, man.
You're always gonna have the heritage. You can't force that away from somebody.
Yeah, you know what it is? Unfortunately for Greeks and Turks, this is the unfortunate things that Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots don't get. We've sat down and we've decided to form a republic. So all dreams of taxing with Turkey or enosis with Greece, they are done. There's only one solution, and that's the solution that we agreed to, is having our own republic. But besides the point, neither one of us, if you said to the Greek Cypriots or Turkish Cypriots, right, we're going to do taxing, we're going to split the country in half, you go with Turkey and we go with Greece, neither one of us would even want that.
It's not that.
So that's why our best thing is to unite, because
I agree with you. I agree with you. I actually didn't finish what I was going to say. Regardless of whether you're a South African elephant born in a London zoo and you're mixing with Egyptian elephants, you still got the same zookeeper. Right. So my point being is if we're all under one roof, we're fed the same stuff, we cohabit and we live peacefully amongst each other, then it's not a problem. But you can't take somebody's identity away from them. That's all I'm saying.
I've got no problem with. Listen, I'm a very proud Greek. I'm Cypriot first. Me, if you ask me, I'll tell you I'm Cypriot first. And how can I deny my Greek heritage? I've got no problems with Turkish Cypriot. I've got no problem with in a united Cyprus if people want to fly Turkey flags, if people want to fly Greek flags. I don't see that as a problem because that's your ethnicity.
It has to be Cyprus first. That's the point.
It has to be Cyprus first.
And I agree with you. And that's the point that I'm trying to agree with you. I think as long as everybody puts Cyprus first and doesn't take away the fact that they've got their heritage, because I also believe that the fact that the heritage was being trying to take on away from people back in the 60s and 70s is what had led to this problem.
Well, really, Jay, to correct you there, it was the English that brought back the ethnicity.
Look, listen.
They're the ones who separated us into Greeks and Turks.
Again, that's debatable. You could say that it was because of the English and they were trying to make the Turkish Cypriots join the armies and Listen,
to achieve that, you'll need about 95% of the island to be with you.
And this is what I'm saying. It's not going to happen.
It's not there. I'll be honest.
Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you, Jay. I'm going to back up Michael's point, the last point he made. All cards on the table. If the Greeks didn't try to kick the English out in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when the English, when the English realised that the Greeks wanted to kick them out, that's when they started turning the Greeks against the Turks and decided that they're just going to have their little base and sod the rest of the island. Yeah, they've done the same thing. They've done the same thing in Israel when the Israelis tried to kick them out. Right? They've done the King David massacre. They bombed up all the English troops there, and they've done the same thing there. And it's just box standard procedure.
But I don't disagree with you though, brother. What I'm trying to say to you is they're the chess player and we're the pieces, yeah? But we're the idiots. But we're the idiots that agree to it, yeah? If you have some geezer come in and tells you, look, you've got to kill him or he's gonna kill you, but me and you are
But
friends.
Jay,
And
what
you
I'm
know
trying to
we're
show
not gonna
you,
kill each
what I'm
other.
trying to
Why are
show
we doing
you,
it?
what I'm trying to show you is even if 100 years pass, Greek Cypriots have still got that same sentiment. You still
I
got
agree
Greek
with you.
Cypriots now saying bases out, English out, British
I agree
out.
with you, and I think
Right.
it should be.
So
I
how
think
is the British, as one of the guarantors, going to throw their hat in the ring with one side or the other? They're not going to do that. They're going to keep it as a stalemate, and they're going to keep their little spot in the middle, and that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Caucasian, because I've seen a lot of people actually getting angry now with the British bases. A lot of there's been a lot. If you watch the news as well, they're crowding around outside the Parliament as well in Nicosia. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jay. But
That's what I said. That is
there's a
exactly
lot
what I
of
said, though.
protests. There's a lot of protests.
There's a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
exactly what I
protests.
just said, though, Safo. I don't know if you heard
You know
me.
what's the reverse card with these bases? The British know while we're divided, we're never going to ask them to leave because we think it gives us some sort of protection, even though deep down we know they ain't doing
That's
shit.
the thing. That's the thing.
That's why
the
we
thing.
will never get rid of. We will only get rid of them in a united Cyprus.
Do you know? Do you know what the British bases are to us? The British bases to us are the equivalent of the Turkish soldiers being on their side. Yeah, that's how we see
We've got
it.
2,000 Greek soldiers as well. You know,
Yeah, they're like 2,000 Greek soldiers are going to do something. When 74 happened, where were they?
that's a long story.
and Caucasian. I heard what you said earlier, mate. But do you not think it's Cypriots might be in the right wanting to get rid of the bases?
It's not about right or wrong. When you look at strategy, you've got to understand what people's motivations are. And it's not always going to be from a position of being right. We can't say the English are right. They're fighting for what's benefiting them, right? They're never going to look what the English done, right? Look, thingy, what's his name? Bülent Ecevit flew to England, bro. There's video footage of him flying to England to meet the British to say, ain't you going to intervene in what's going on in Cyprus? And they said to him, no, you do it. But what happens when he did it? They left him in the lurch. They never turned around and said, all right, now we will have to rally behind Turkey as the legally obliged partner of the three groups that went in there. And now they have to re-establish the republic. No, that never happened. They left them in the lurch. And look how long it took for the Turkish Cypriots to then declare independence. Like it was like ages after. Because they realized that, wait, it's like my girlfriend's asking me to leave. And when I leave, she's not doing nothing to get me back. What am I doing then? It's like that. It's exactly like that. It's like they force the Turks to do their own thing, and then when they've done their own thing, they're like, oh, so it's like that, is it? Doing your own thing now, are ya? And they just
Do you know
that was
what's
it. That
angered
was
me? You know what's angered me this week? I'll tell you what's. I'm really angry this week because I have to say this. Christodoulidis has come out and practically, said that if Cyprus is attacked, the whole of Europe is going to help us. But really, if you dig into it, if you look deeper, it's a dig at us. It's a dig at Turkey and a dig at Turkish Cypriots. Now, I want to know when we've ever threatened to attack the south or take over the south or occupy the south of the island.
Never.
But we haven't. In 53 years, we haven't done it. All right, we have troops there.
Not even
No, let me
Greece.
say-
You
let
haven't
me-
threatened Greece. You haven't threatened Cyprus.
We haven't
Never, man.
threatened Cyprus at all. We haven't. You tell me one time that we have.
Every week. You are crazy.
Every week doing what? Every week doing what? Threatening to take over the south. Bullshit.
If the Greek, yes, okay. If the Turkish Cypriots tell us to help them with Turkey, we can help them, no problem.
Do you know what? Your president has thrown this solution. If there was any BBS solution, if anybody in here was getting excited, that's going to happen. You can just forget. You can kiss it goodbye. It ain't going to happen, mate. It ain't going to happen until you get rid of your president and find somebody that's a solutionist. Yeah, you got no chance. But Cyprus migration, I know you're happy about that because that's what you really want anyway.
No. A human and Christodoulidis are on the same page. It's a good thing. They are on the same page, roughly.
They're not on the same
Let
page.
them talk.
Just yesterday, Erdogan turned around and said it was disgusting. Yeah, that you turned around and said you thought it was outrageous that 6 Turkish jets came to defend the Turkish Cypriots just in case something happened.
What will
Erdogan.
happen?
He can't stand that your president. Trust me.
Re,
I can see through the
wait,
lines straight away.
happened what? You are threatened by France and by Italy and by Greece. You are
No.
the
We're just
Turkish Cypriots
protecting
are threatened
ourselves. We're just protecting ourselves. There's
from
nothing
who?
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no
Who?
point making a statement like that. What's the point of
Re,
Christopher just coming out and
the,
making a statement like that? What's the point?
the Republic of Cyprus protects you.
No.
France,
I can turn around and
Italy,
say,
and Greece
bruv, are
protect
you
the north.
joking? I can turn around and
You
say
don't
to you,
need Turkey. You
the
don't need
Turkish army's
Turkey.
been protecting the island for 53 years. You wouldn't
Yeah,
like
but
it if I said that, would you? What are
don't
you
No,
buy.
talking
no, it's
about?
not
Don't
like
buy. Don't buy. He's
it's
looking.
not like
He's pushing.
Oh, it's not like that if I say it, but it's like that if you say it. You're chatting shit again.
Yeah.
Turkey displaced 200,000 people. You forgot the 97. Who
Yeah.
protects
And you analyze how many thousands?
like 1,000 people? You
How many?
analyzed 1,000
How
people
many
as well.
thousands you analyze?
Don't get, Kara, don't get into a
Sorry?
conversation with this dickhead, man. Okay.
It's the same numbers. What you did to us, we did to you in 1974.
Bruv.
And it wasn't much
Then don't start
casualties.
something. Then don't start something you couldn't finish, you fool. How about if I say
It's
that
the
to you?
same
Eh?
for
How about if I
you.
say that to you, you fool? Don't start something
It's
you
the same
couldn't
for
finish.
you. Yes,
Yeah.
it's the same for you. That's why
Anyway,
you are
fuck this, man.
unrecognized and embargoed.
Yeah,
It goes
okay,
for
good,
you, not
good,
for
good,
us.
good, good. Okay.
We have reached NOCs with Greece through Europe. We are okay. No problem. We are all right.
Okay. Well, that's what
But
we're all right as well. We're
Turkey,
cool. We're good.
Can I
Nere,
ask you
We're good. We're good.
Fre-
No, bruv. We're good. We're
Nere,
good. We're good, bruv. We're good.
Spain, French,
Migration.
Greece,
Good.
Italy
Good.
protects the north as well. You
Let me
don't need
No,
let me
Turkey to protect.
they don't protect the north too. France protects the north. Yeah, right.
migration. You
And
know
do you
it.
know? Do you know Maloney? Do you know the Spain? Do you know the ironic thing of this? Do you know what they were saying in Italy? They only sent that frigate there just to shut you lot up. Can you imagine it? How embarrassing that is for you guys? They sent the flipping thing there just to shut you up. Do you think
Can
Maloney
can
wanted to
Spain
send it? She couldn't be
can Spain
bothered by you jumping up and down, screaming and crying like fucking little babies,
No,
and
but
then they
he's
go and
done.
send it. It's an
We
embarrassment,
gave him
Cyprus
that all that
migration.
facts on our racks, I talk.
It's an embarrassment, bruv.
Apologize.
You didn't need to do what you done. You didn't. But all you've done this week as tried to turn countries against Turkey, because that's your whole mission. You've tried to send countries against Turkey, digging out Turkey, digging out the Turkish Cypriots, telling them it's a fucking disgrace that we send 6 jets there to protect ourselves. But it's okay for you guys to be protected. Well, do you know what? Let it be, man. Let this island be fucking divided. We'll have the north, you have the south. Everybody's fucking happy, and that's it. And that's it. Let's be done with it, man. Fuck these TikTok lies. Fuck everything. It's a load of bollocks. It's a load of bollocks because that's not what you really want. You don't want a solution.
John, don't attack the TikTok lives, man.
Nah, but Michael, you know what it
Live.
is. You know what it is.
Yeah,
Sometimes
leave
you
it
gotta
out,
have a
Jan.
little
Leave
bit.
it out.
Michael, sometimes you gotta have
Well,
a little
Sof's in
bit
the
of truth here,
background
bruv.
counting his money
Sometimes
right now.
you gotta have a
He's
little
trying
bit of
to
truth.
fuck up the
It gets cringy sometimes. Honestly, it gets cringy. You gotta have a little bit of truth. Just say how it is, man. Let's just be
Re,
honest. 60-70%
when
of the South don't want a solution anyway. So why are we bothering?
Re, it's like you are in the elevator. Cyprus is like an elevator. We are 50 people inside. The elevator is congested, and we want to divide the elevator. It's too congested. We need the whole elevator for ourselves.
Oh, you want the whole island for
Greek and
yourself.
Turkish.
Okay.
Greek and Turkish are stupid. Let me finish. Greek and Turkish Cypriots need to live on the whole. You stupid. Don't rush. You stupid.
Then act like it. Act like it. Act.
We act
don't. No, you don't act
Re,
like it at all.
Erhurman is the best. Re. CDP, Chan, CDP, re, CDP. Unity for all Cyprus. Re.
Okay. I'm done with this guy, man. Fuck, I can't talk to him anymore. I'm done with this guy. I think
Migration, just quickly.
I think it's a lot of bollocks anyway.
I wasn't there the other day, but apparently you said some things that have really upset a lot of people. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I don't want to go into what you said or whatnot, but I think you
That's
should
one
just
day.
try and be more cordial in future because you see how many people have dropped off the live because
Michael Moore,
What, Jam?
you want to listen. You want to listen and the truth. Yesterday night, I came across Alex and Sahil in a live, and they were being sarcastic for their own faith and their own country, and they were joking and laughing and laughing for themselves and for their religion. No problem within the Muslims. It's like with the black people within them, they can use the N word. As soon as a non-black makes a joke about them and uses the N-word, they got
Michael,
touched.
can someone update me, Michael? I don't know what's happened. I think I might have missed
no,
it.
the
I don't know
other
what
day,
he's
I
talking
mean,
about.
I'm
He's
not
chatting
going to
about.
repeat
You're
what was
talking
said.
about Alex, bruv. About Muslims. Is it
The,
Alex the
the other
Irishman?
night,
Which
Nere,
Alex
the
you
other
talking
yes,
about, bruv?
the red face, that one. The other night he was with Sahin in a live, and they were sarcastic about their religion
Alex hasn't
and
got one.
Turkish people.
Alex is not religious, brother. If it's
I
the
don't know.
Alex that
He
Listen,
I'm
was.
I
talking
don't know
about.
what was said, but I don't like people.
Yeah,
What
I
did
don't
I
know,
say?
Alex. I
Migration?
can tell.
Yeah, no, it's
Yes, you were in the live. You were making jokes about Muslims and your
Me.
ethnicities, and
Me.
everyone was having a laugh.
Me.
As soon as I came up, you left. As soon as I came up, you left. In order for me not to
You are
realize
talking
what was happening.
absolute shit. I sat there with you the whole time.
Alex Mo,
I sat
Alex
there with you the
Mo,
whole time.
you
You
left.
joking me?
As
I
soon as
sat there
I
with you. I
came,
sat there with you the whole time. I left before
everyone
you.
was making jokes
Oh,
with
and no one listened to this guy. He's talking shit.
one after another.
Absolute
Yes,
shit.
it's
I don't know
true.
why you bring
Shut
him
up,
up.
mate.
After
You're talking
another,
absolute shit. I'm jumping. I don't even know why I've come up.
joking
Yeah, I
Fucking
know.
full
about
of shit.
Muslims. It was hilarious. And Muslims within Muslims, they were
So
laughing,
good
no
luck with this guy,
problem.
bro.
No one was. You
But
telling me
we
Shaheen
are
was on a
not
live?
allowed to be
It's crazy.
sarcastic.
So this is how
We are
stupid
not
you are.
allowed to be
You're
sarcastic.
telling me that Shaheen was on a live taking the piss out of Muslims. Shaheen.
Yes,
Shaheen.
yes,
Are you fucking
yes.
seriously that
I
deluded?
was there. I heard you.
I rest my
He
case, bro.
wasn't.
That guy's as Muslim as they come.
He
You're
he
fucking
said zero
deluded.
word.
I'm jumping down, man. I
He
ain't got no
never
time
stopped
for
Let's not
them.
talk
He
about
never
people that are
stopped them
there.
of being sarcastic. He never stopped them.
Let's not.
You were
Listen, I
yet.
said that because I know you upset some
You're
people.
full of absolute shit, mate.
I upset no one. Hey, Michael,
Stuff, I
I
don't even
want
know
to
why you have
be
this guy
specific.
up
People
there.
left.
I want to be
I mean,
specific. Michael, listen. Michael,
What the
listen.
hell was
Yesterday, these two yesterday, they were joking themselves for religion things and stuff. And it was okay because they were all Muslims there. But as soon as I came up, silence. No
Listen, I
problem.
don't know.
He
Listen,
left now.
you can
Also,
talk about your own
Michael, to be
faith.
specific, listen, to be specific, I came up with some verbs of the Quran that we are stating that if a Muslim man comes across with a man from a different religion, he can slit his throat. And this was being verified by a Muslim girl that is true about the Quran. Also, I came up with
Oh, guys,
another
why
verb
are we
from the
talking
Yeah, but
about
Quran.
why are we
there's
talking
verses
about
in the
religion?
Bible, migration, where
No, I'm
Christians
explaining.
kill Israel.
I'm explaining because they think I made
But why
some
do we have
people
to
feel
take it
sad.
there,
No,
migration? Why do we have to? Why do we have to take it there?
Guys, can you
yes,
hold on? Can
they
you
are
just guys?
representing.
Migration. 1 minute. 1 minute. Sorry,
They are
Mark.
representing
Can I just say hi to
something
Mark
that
because I
is.
remember migration. Sorry, man.
It's
I remember.
unhumane. It's unhumane.
I remember speaking to you last year, Mark. Is that are you the same one that was?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, guys. I've just come out of retirement. My
Yeah, I
aim,
thought I'd invite you up, mate, because
thank you, my
I
aim
think I
to,
remember listening to you a long time ago, mate. You seem to know your stuff.
instead there was a talk on TikTok, so I just thought to join. Can I just ask that provocative Greek gentleman a question? He said, worse to the effect of, we've achieved Enosis through the EU, and I just want to ask him why he's so proud of Enosis.
Who is fan of Enos? Me.
Yeah, why are you so proud of Enosis? You've said
I am not fan of Enosis. Who said I'm fan of Enosis?
about
I
4 minutes.
said
About 4 minutes ago,
yes.
you said
Yes. Listen.
hold on.
I
You
said
achieved Enosis through the EU with Greece. So
bravo.
what do
Yes.
you
What did
Yes,
you mean?
we already.
Sorry?
Yes, we are in the same European family. Right? It's a big Christian club. Right? Europe. Hey, hello, right? 2026 now. Right? Wake up.
Listen,
What is Europe?
I get paid to listen, and I listened to you. You said we've achieved Enosis for the EU with Greece. That's what you said. Why are you so proud of Enosis?
Yes, for the same reason you are proud for your ethnicity. Right? We speak the same language, we have the same religion. Right? You are crazy. Right? Why the UK and the US are so close together? Why? It's ridiculous, right? Why they are so close together? For the same reason, my man.
Do you know
they are
what
the same people?
Tell me what Enosis means.
So, scientifically, enosis is when the two combine. So this is enosis.
No,
yes,
what,
it's a union. European Union. European Union. It's enosis. You know that union means enosis. It's like a Greek translation.
You're going to let me talk?
Yes, I am answering to you. You are going to ask, but you will never get an answer.
Enosis in Greek means union, but do you know what it means in the context of Cyprus and the Turks in Cyprus? Do you know what it means in that context? Do you have any
Let
idea?
me know.
Yeah. Enosis means the destruction of Turks in Cyprus, and you're celebrating that. That's what you're doing. And let me quote you, President Makarios, on the 12th of March, 1977. He said in one of his talks, "It is in the name of Enosis that Cyprus has been destroyed. Not because of Temeter, not because of the Turks, not because of CIA, not because of Kissinger. Enosis destroyed Cyprus." And you celebrate that?
You know divide and conquer. You know divide and conquer.
Don't give me that rubbish. You need to take responsibility for your actions.
You are a British rubbish. You created this. Before you in Cyprus, we were unified as a whole island.
I'm actually Turkish. But you want to blame everyone else except for your actions.
No, you are not Turkish. You have a British passport. You sound British like the Queen. How you are Turkish? You are joking. You have the most beautiful British accent.
He's Turkish Cypriot, Cyprus migration.
No, but you don't count anyone as Cypriot if they haven't done the army.
He's Turkish Cypriot. He's Turkish Cypriot and lived his whole life in the UK, like the rest of.
And then why do you have British passport, Cyprus migration? Give it back. You don't deserve it.
Yeah, my grandfather got it because he was educated.
Give it back.
We were given it. I can give it. I don't use it.
Give it back.
No problem.
Be Cypriot.
No problem.
I
was given it.
I don't know your name, but I think it's disgraceful that.
How many years you lived in Cyprus from your life? You are how old and how many years you lived in
British passport back, you piece of shit.
How many years
you're British,
you're
British. You're
listen
parasite, mate. You're absolute parasite. Do everyone a favor and fuck off the live, but delete TikTok.
I am 35 years old.
You're a fucking idiot, mate.
I only left Cyprus for a year. I am 35 years old.
Idiot, brother.
I left Cyprus for a year.
I'm gonna keep talking over you until soft
I am 35 years old. I left Cyprus for a year. How many years you live in Cyprus?
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
How many years you live in Cyprus?
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
I am 35 years old.
Kiss my ass.
I only left Cyprus for 1
year.
year.
And the one you can fucking also kiss my ass as well. Fucking prick.
You can't handle the truth,
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
Civilized conversation.
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
Eso fue you don't find the
Kiss
new
my hairy arsehole.
Alex,
Kiss my hairy arsehole. Kiss my fucking hairy arsehole, you prick.
I don't disagree with you. But the issue is, guys, just hear me out for a second. You know, when we're all trying to find a solution, especially, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff migration says. Let me just put that out there. But there is unfortunately a lot of people that live in this country that have those views. And unless we hear them out and try and re-educate, regardless of whether we think it's bullshit or not, we've got no choice because it won't ever change what's going on.
I am 35. I only left Cyprus for 1 year.
Shut up.
You tell me how Cypriot you are.
Shut up.
How many years you lived in Cyprus?
Give your British passport
You
back. Give your
never,
British
never
passport back. Give your
voted
British
for.
passport back. Give your British passport
You
back. Give your
never
British passport back. Give your British. Hey, the one. Why don't you come up and speak to me?
make a formal letter.
Hey, the one.
Make
Come
a
up.
formal letter. Ask.
This guy comes up chatting shit, and because you've got a big problem,
I want to hear more
because you've
about
got a
migration
problem
in
with
Luton.
Shahin, you want to find out what shit this guy's talking for jokes, and you want to try and drag me into something, you little slippery rat. You're a rat, the one. You're a rat like
You
Cyprus
got,
migration.
you got exposed, Ray. You got exposed. Relax.
You ain't
Poseidon,
exposed
good
me for
evening,
shit.
Poseidon.
Good evening. What's the score, Michael?
Hi.
We're
Can I
waiting
make
to hear what you got to say.
can I make another point to our friend, please? I don't know his name actually. Cyprus there.
No one does, bro.
Yeah. Quick point. You know, it's a follow up on my question about your comment about being achieved for Cyprus through the EU. What you forgot to say was, in
What's
your
your fucking issue, man?
What's your fucking issue? Why are you
coming
tagging
up
on in
talking?
there?
Why are you talking about me
Gentlemen,
What do you mean?
Don't
Why am I
open your
talking
fat
about
fucking
you?
mouth and
He's
chat
come
about
up
me.
here chatting
Don't
shit.
open your fat fucking mouth and
Listen,
chat
I
about
will
me.
fucking come and
No,
find you.
you don't fucking chat about me. It's got nothing. What I
Shut
say has
your
got nothing to
fucking
do
mouth,
with
you
you. Just
prick.
keep going fucking
Listen, you will
blow
get fucking
Shahin, you
dealt
fucking
with, you
puss.
dickhead. Shut your mouth.
You fucking gay.
I'm gay. You are. Look at ya.
Fucking homo.
Inboxing every Tom, Dick, and Harry on here. Dickhead.
guys, can we keep it
Gentlemen,
going?
gentlemen, let's breathe.
Watch out if there's any girls
Fucking
that slip in your
Jippo.
DMs.
I just want to make a point to our friend. You said that
Go and pick
Cyprus.
up your next customer, mate.
Pick up my next customer, bro. I do
Fucking
property,
dickhead.
mate. I'm fucking
Guys,
well
let
off
Mark
the years.
talk, man. You're
You
interrupting me.
fucking wish, bro.
I ain't worked
Let's
for
hear from
myself in
Poseidon.
You wish.
years.
You absolutely wish.
Mark
Listen,
was talking.
you're
You
a
guys
rat. Do
interrupted
you
You
know
him.
what
wish.
determines a
Poseidon had
rat?
the point, guys.
You've got a problem with someone else, so you latch on to
You're a
other
fucking
people.
loser, bro.
You latch
You're
on to
all
other
fucking
people.
losers, all of
You're
you.
a rat. You can
You're a
never
bunch
deal
of
with someone
liars.
directly,
You're a
so you
bunch of
latch
fucking
on to other
liars, and you're a
people.
bunch of fucking losers, and that's why
You're
you
a
belong
loser.
together.
You're a loser. You latch
And
on
you're
to
Who are you
other
talking
people,
uneducated.
mate.
to? Who are you talking to? You're talking about all of us, the one.
He's a
No, I'm not
rat.
talking about all of you. I'm
Hey,
talking about
Jan,
him
he's
and
got a
his
problem with
boyfriend.
Shahin, yeah? Because he's got a problem with Shahin.
Because Shahin's a
Migration
liar.
comes up
He
chatting
comes up
shit.
on Soft's
Migration
live and
comes up chatting shit about
he
something.
lies.
And because it's
He just
involved
blatantly
Shahin,
lies,
he
and
wants
he's
to
got
dig
no
the
fucking
guy out
shame.
when
He
he
calls
ain't even
himself a
here.
Muslim,
You're full of
and then he
shit.
comes up and he lies about me. He lies about
He ain't lying
Layla,
about you.
and he
You've
lies
DM'd
about
all these
everything.
girls that he's talking
Muslims
about, bruv.
don't
You're
do
a
that.
perv. You're
Muslims
a
don't lie.
perv.
That's a lie.
Get it out
You're
of
a
your system,
perv.
and then I want to hear what Mark had to say. To be honest, get it out of your system, and then we'll hear Mark.
Mark,
Trying to
by the
drag
way,
me
Mark,
into something over some
Mark,
fucking guy on here
it's
chatting
nice to hear
shit.
your voice, Mark. I haven't heard from you for a good old year and a half. You was on
Thank you.
Kemal's nights. It's great to have you up, mate.
Good to be back, and I've heard a lot
Yeah.
good stuff about soft lines. Our friend Cyprus said that, and I'm not going to labour the point, but he said that Cyprus achieved this through the EU. Now, I criticise him for that, but if that's his view, that's his view. But I just want to correct his sentence that he should have said Cyprus achieved Genosis through the EU, except where the government of Cyprus does not exercise effective control of the 1/3 of the north of the island. So he forgot to say that. So the whole of Cyprus isn't in.
Mark, you in a swimming pool or something? Your mic's someone's mic. Sorry, but I didn't want to interrupt you, but we can't really hear properly.
No, it's a shit phone, unfortunately. It might be for audio. Yeah, no, I don't know everyone there, so I don't know what their views are, but I just found Cyprus a bit provocative, which is why I wanted to jump in. But I think I've made my point.
That's what he does. He tries to, provoke people. That's what he's on here to do. This is why I don't like it when people get angry with him, because he's just provoking people. But he said things that have crossed the line, and I don't agree with things that he said. You can't disrespect people's faith and religion, no matter what you think. And pulling out certain verses where it's saying it's all right to unalive people. The Bible, there's verses you could pick up from the Bible that say the same thing. So you should never attack a man's religion. And it's got nothing to do with what we're debating.
Michael, let me just tell the one thing, yeah? The one, listen. If a guy comes up on here chatting shit, like Cyprus migration, because you got beef with Shahin,
You don't know what
You
you're talking
shouldn't
about, bro.
agree.
He was
You
trying to
shouldn't
explain.
agree.
Hold on,
You
Cyprus
shouldn't agree
Migration was
with
trying to
him
explain
when
something.
he
I just
drags
wanted
in
to hear
other
him out.
people's
It's got nothing to
characters.
do with you, and you shouldn't
Bro,
fucking
he's
talk
on
about me.
here. He's on here trying to diminish my character and talking shit. And I've come up here to shut the guy down, and you're in the comments going, I want to hear it.
I
I
just
want to
said
hear it.
one
Oh, because
message,
your
and I said
motive
let
is
him talk.
because your motive.
So why
Your
are you even talking about me for?
Because your motive is
Don't
only
fucking
to
talk
get
about
dirt
me,
on
mate.
someone else.
Don't talk about me. Just let the guy talk and whatever. If you don't want to
Do
acknowledge
you
what I
agree
say,
with
then
what that guy
ignore
says
it.
all the time? Yeah. You don't agree? He comes on here to cause trouble and chat shit.
I never said that. I just said let's hear what he has to say. He was talking about something.
What, talking absolute shit? Exactly.
Guys,
Because you've got such a problem with Shahin, that's the only
No,
reason
that's
you
in your
want to hear
brain.
it.
I don't give two fucks about Shahin, and
You're
I don't give
obsessed
two
with
fucks about
Shahin.
you. But just
You're
don't talk
obsessed with
about me, and
him.
don't come up on here
You're obsessed with
fucking
him.
dissing me or whatever the fuck you were doing.
You're absolutely obsessed with him.
I'm not obsessed with
Literally.
him. You're
You
obsessed with him.
unfriended me going, bro, we can't be friends because you're friends
No,
with
we
him.
can't be friends
I've never
because
been
you
friends
on
with
your
you. Why are you
live.
messaging
On your
me
live.
for?
Hold on a second.
Why are you messaging me for? I've
He
never
comes up and
messaged
he's
you.
what the
You
fuck did he
always
say on his
inbox
live?
me moaning.
He
Why
says
you,
one little
why
thing
are
to
you
you, and he goes,
inboxing
"Yeah,"
me?
and then you're like, "Yeah, Shahin, yeah, I block him, I block." I'm like, "Fuck you, mate. Who the
Have I
fuck
ever
are you?
blocked you?
You blocked me,
Have
you
I ever
fucking prick.
blocked you?
I fucking blocked you, and I fucking
Yeah,
fuck
exactly.
you,
I've never
bro.
blocked you. You
I
blocked
don't
me.
want to be in your
Clearly, who's
fucking
got the
lives if
problem
that's what
here?
you
Me or
like.
you?
You just
Who's
kiss
got the
too much
problem
ass,
here? Me or
bro.
you?
You kiss too much
Who's
ass,
got the
bro.
problem? Me or you?
At this
Are
point, feel
you
free to block me, bro.
the one? Are you Greek Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot?
Geezer's got a boner for Shahin, bro.
Yeah, but is the
I
one
don't
Greek?
give two fucks
Greek
about Shahin, and I don't give two
You're
fucks about
obsessed
you.
with the
Honestly,
geezer. Yeah, keep it that way. Stop inboxing me crying. Oh,
who's
Shahin's a
inboxing you?
liar. Oh, Shahin, I can't be friends with you because you're friends with Shahin.
Boys, can we
No,
get
it's
on?
got nothing to do with
So
inboxing.
why are
you're
you
just a
inboxing
fucking
me?
rude
Why are you
bastard.
inboxing me fucking
You're a rude bastard.
essays?
Yeah, you're a rude bastard because at
So
the
why
end
are
of
you
the day,
inboxing me crying about other
I was
people?
in your live. I
What's
was in
that
your
got to do
live,
with me?
and you were automatically ready to fucking just ban me for some
I've
stupid
never
fucking
banned you
reason,
once
and there
in
was no
2 years.
justification for it.
I've never
So
banned you once
what
in
sort
2
of
years.
host does that?
I have
A
never
fucking
once
dickhead
banned
does
you
it.
in 2
Someone who
years.
fucking loves his boyfriend Shahin.
Have I
So that's it.
ever kicked you off a panel or have I ever blocked you? You just
Well,
admitted to
that's what you
blocking
were
me.
doing.
Hence why you've been in my live all the time in the comments. Yeah?
Bro, I don't want to talk to you, man. We're
Oh,
done.
so I blocked you, but you still
We're
come to my
done.
lives when
We're
I've never
done.
blocked you, but you blocked
We're
me.
done. I don't have fucking
Your
time
story don't
for
even make sense,
TikTok
mate.
fucking drama
Make it make
and all this
sense.
bullshit. I just come up
Make
to
it
listen
make
to soft
sense.
stuff,
All you
and
do is you come in the
I
panel
listen to
stalking
John
the
stuff
guy.
and some
Are
other
we in
people's, and
TikTok
that's it.
drama right now?
I don't need to listen to
You're a
dickheads.
little
It's like those
stalker,
sketches
mate.
that come on LGR on a Sunday.
Guys,
For
what's
my
the topic?
Cypriot
Guys,
fans.
Got nothing else to say to this guy, bro. Seriously.
Well, nor do I.
Maybe
That's
they're
it. We're done.
sketches on the
Bye.
Yeah, well, stop
LGR
fucking
on a Sunday.
inboxing me moaning
Bye.
about other people.
Listen, the reality is Cyprus Migration has achieved his objective. He created an argument and he fucked off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly my fucking point. And you lot allow him to come up here and chat shit.
Guys, what's the topic tonight? Can we get on track, please?
Let's start with a. Let's start. Poseidon, did you want to say something?
It's an open topic, Mark. It's open topic tonight. I haven't got a question.
It's a bit unfortunate. I'm not pointing fingers. It's a bit unfortunate that there's so many arguments because that's why I left the live about a year ago. So it would just be nice if we could talk about serious things. And, we can agree and all that. But it'd be nice to talk about something.
I'm jumping down. Hey, the one, stop inboxing me. And when you see me, stop talking to me.
Mate, you wish I inboxed you. Now get
What?
lost.
What'd you say?
He said,
wish
"Get
I
lost."
inboxed you. Get
You want me
lost.
to fucking post all the fucking messages
Get
you've been
lost.
sending me for the past 2 years?
Get lost.
You've
said
sent me
get
about
lost.
30 fucking messages.
In
I've
your
not even
dreams,
replied
bro.
back to one of your
why
messages.
In
why
your
you
dreams,
slagging
maybe
his
not
DMs for
fucking
the
AI
one? That's
shit.
Do you
bad.
want me to fucking? Do you want me to post all the messages then?
I think he likes you,
Fucking
Alex.
dumb.
That's why.
You've sent me 30 messages in 2
I
years.
sent you 30
bro.
messages. Okay.
Yes.
He wants you.
Okay, I've sent you 30 messages. All
I
right.
think he wants
do
to get
you want me
freaky
to
with
grab
you,
my
man.
iPad, put my camera on, and
You've
we'll
got
read
nothing
them?
better to do with your life, bro.
Whoa.
Like, seriously.
Well, no, I don't
You're
want
like-
to post them, but I'm
You
telling
spend
stop
what, like
fucking
4
messaging
6
me.
hours on fucking
Stop
TikTok every day.
fucking
Oh, that's
messaging me
bro,
shit.
live your life a little
Stop
bit.
abusing him, man.
Live your
Stop
life
the
a little bit.
messaging me shit.
Yeah,
Alex,
one.
come off.
TikTok is fun,
The
man.
guys are fucking full of shit. A minute ago, he goes to me on Telegram messages. Now he's backtracking. Just all I'm saying to you is stay the fuck away from me. That's it.
Yeah, stay away from him.
About
The
me,
one.
stay away
Bro.
from me.
Yeah,
Stop
God,
inboxing
Why
me
did you
fucking
come up
messages.
talking about me? I don't want to talk to you.
I've
I've
already
blocked you.
explained why. Because Cyprus migration has come up to
Don't
tarnish
talk about me.
Shaheen.
That's it. Finished.
Cyprus migration's come up
You've
to
been
tarnish
blocked.
Shaheen and myself
You've
about
been
some
blocked,
Muslim
so
shit.
don't talk about me.
Some
There's
Muslim
nothing else
shit.
to
And
say,
you're
bro.
in the comments.
There's
lapping
nothing
it
else
up,
to say. Me and you
stirring the
have
pot.
nothing else to say. So
Because
don't
you
talk
hate the
about
guy
me.
so much,
That's
you
it.
want to add fuel to the fire to Cyprus migration's bullshit.
To
That's
the
why I
fire because
dug
you're the
you out
one
in
that's
the
bringing
comments.
shit up, not me.
Oh, that's mad. That's mad. I think everyone needs to chill out.
Let's breathe, gentlemen.
Cyprus migration's full of shit. This guy's literally in the comments fucking lapping it up because he's got a personal beef with Shaheen. And you're trying to drag
Dude,
me
you
into
got
something
you
that
you
does
got.
not involve me.
I think honestly, bro, I think you're a bit mental. To be honest with you.
I am, yeah, coming
Like,
from the guy that's
all I
inboxed
just
me
wrote one
30
comment. Let's
messages.
just let him finish what he was saying because he was talking, and that's all I said. And then you come up on here chatting crap about me.
News check,
Like,
bro.
what the
I've never
fuck's
been
wrong
your
with you?
fucking friend.
What's
Stop
wrong with
fucking
you?
inboxing me
What's wrong with you?
2-3 times a week.
What's
chatting
wrong with
shit.
you? Like,
What's
seriously,
wrong with
fucking
me?
get a life, mate.
I have never
Don't talk about me anymore. That's it, bro. Finished. Enough.
Can I say something? 1 minute, guys. Can I say
Fucking
something?
shadow, inboxing fucking other
Aye.
geezers.
Oh,
yo, that's
Can
mad.
I
Why
say
you
something?
inboxing
The Senate,
me for,
1 minute, bro. I just want to say, so the one, if he shows us that you're actually sending that, that means you get a live and stop bothering him.
Exactly. Stop fucking inboxing me crying about people.
Where have I messaged you?
Well, he says he has.
Let me get
He-
my
No,
iPad
when,
up. Let's-
when
that makes
when
you a
have I
liar.
last messaged you?
Yeah, about 3 weeks ago.
About
that's
3 weeks
mad.
ago. All right, show us 3 weeks ago.
So you did
3
message
weeks
him
ago,
then?
a month ago. What's it matter? You
So you
the
should
No,
numbers.
you
message him
said I
then.
messaged you 3 weeks ago. Show me a
Yeah,
message
he's
from
gonna
3
show the
weeks ago.
messages now, bruv. You've been
You
on
just
this
said 3 weeks ago.
Guys, no need to show messages. No need. Let's
Why are you
let's
using it for?
swiftly
You
swiftly
have
move on.
messaged him many
Alex,
times
don't
now,
listen
right?
to that.
Poseidon wanted
Well,
to say
he's
something
saying
about
I
that.
let's
messaged him
swiftly
3
move on.
weeks ago. Let's
No,
see
no,
3
no, no.
weeks
But it
ago.
doesn't matter how
Otherwise,
long.
shut your fucking mouth.
Have you messaged him though? Have you messaged
I've
him
never
more than
messaged
5
This guy
times?
wants, bruv.
This guy wants it. Hey, the one, you need to chill out,
You want
bruv.
some?
You
I'll
need to
give it
chill
you.
out.
Gentlemen, I don't know what's going on, so let's just move on, innit?
It's just a
Poseidon.
shame.
Allow it, Michael. I've got popcorn in the microwave.
Is it?
I don't know what's going on, man. I
Do
don't
you know
what's
what?
going
It's very unlikely. It's very unlike Alex to get up in an argument.
I agree. I've never heard Alex
What
like
it
this.
is, because what it
Yeah.
is, migration come up soft, and he's
It's up
chatting
to you,
shit.
lot. Should we carry this on, Alex, or should we move
No,
on?
I'm
It's up
done
to
with
you.
it, bro. Just this
Nah,
guy needs to
Alex,
stop
you know what,
inboxing
Soft?
crap.
Let's be done with it because it's you know, Alex,
Bro,
you don't
despite
say.
whatever his beef was with Shaheen, I stayed out of it completely.
Okay,
I've never blocked the
let him have
guy.
it
I've
out.
never
Let him have
messaged
it out
him
with
back.
Shaheen. Let him have it out with Shaheen. Let's drop it now.
Yeah,
If
Shaheen's
you-
just a lady boy. That's all it is.
No, you don't need to say that, bruv.
You said
Shaheen's not
that.
here to defend himself.
Yeah, fam, let's not
Just
talk
let's
about people
let's
that are
keep
not here, man.
personal. Let's just keep people's names out of it, man. Let's just drop this whole thing. Come on, guys.
And guys, we've got no reason to argue over TikTok.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. We're big grown men. Come on now.
But the one keeps messaging him, bruv. Why is he messaging Alex for like that?
Don't give a shit. Message me. One, you can message me. I don't give a shit, bruv. I don't even know how to read messages.
I think he's just lonely. He just wants someone to message.
Anyway, let's get on to the
We
topic of
can't
Cyprus. Come
be
on.
getting blood
We don't
pressure
need to
rising
do
on the
this.
internet, man. Come on, man. Take it with a pinch of salt, lads. We don't need to get angry. Come on.
Why
It's
did Jay
minor,
say
innit? Let's
that?
be real.
Comments. Hey, Alex, did Jay send you nudes? That's what you wrote in the comments.
And that's a
He's
different
just got a
story.
problem with someone else, and he's trying to
This
drag me
guy is
into
on
it.
another level, bruv. I swear to God. Why this?
I've never once blocked him or removed him from my life ever in 2 years. Not once. I've never engaged with him either.
Gashtu, Gashtu,
I've never
Gashtu.
engaged with him, but he just
Gashtu,
constantly inboxes
Gashtu,
me,
he's gone,
moaning
he's gone.
about Shaheen and moaning. And I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
Let him have it out with Shaheen.
No,
Let's-
what
All
piss
I know is
me?
my
You can have it
president,
out with Shaheen. I don't care. The
Shaheen
thing is, what
played
pissed me off,
Shaheen
yeah,
played you.
is Cyprus
Alex,
Who
migration
said that?
came
Who's
up.
saying that?
Alex,
Yeah.
if I ever upset you, I'm begging you, don't bake my nudes out.
And me, Alex.
Don't worry, man. I've got
But
a
listen, what it
I
was,
message
yeah,
Alex every
what
day.
it was, Cyprus
No,
migration.
seriously,
No,
Alex,
you know-
the stuff
I
I
wanna
sent
know.
you, I want screenshots that
I
you've
wanna know
deleted
something
all of them.
seriously now. Why does no one message me? Where's my
Man's left out. FOMO.
Fucking Billy May,
Alex,
Billy
don't
No
take me
Mates
out,
over
bro.
here.
No, it's all good.
I'm a bit scared now.
Yeah, what triggered me off is Migration come up to that shit. Because the guy's got a big problem with Shaheen, he's in the comments stirring the pot with it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Everyone else is going, this guy's chatting shit. Because apparently I was on a live with Shaheen criticising Muslims. First and foremost, I'd never do that. And secondly, if anyone knows Shaheen, he would never say anything bad against Muslims. The geezer's the
No
fucking
way.
extremest Muslim I've ever come across in my fucking life.
The guys are, you know, he's one of them Hamas boys.
Exactly. But his hatred towards the guy is so bad that he's indirectly dragging me into something that I don't want to be dragged into. His Migration's come up here going, I see Alex on a live last night with Shaheen and they're making jokes about Muslims.
That
and he's in the
fucking
comments.
guy, man.
And
That
the
fucking
one
guy.
the one is in the comments fucking stirring it, adding fuel to the fire. Of course I'm going to get fucking pissed off. The guy's chatting shit and you're in there fucking because you hate Shaheen so much. You're dragging me into something. Are you fucking mad? Are you fucking crazy?
Typical Cyprus Migration, that is. He
And then,
just
you know
stirs
what?
something up and he just pisses off.
He's
This is what he
That's
does.
what he
man.
does. He creates situations and then he buggers off.
Anyway, Cyprus. How is Cyprus, everybody? Talk about Cyprus.
I can tell you about windy London. I don't know about Cyprus.
Yeah, Jay. What do you want to know about Cyprus? They got more hardware than a prostitute's top drawer.
Let me tell you something about. I'll give you my quick take on Cyprus. I think we're a million miles away from a solution at the moment. I think it's going to stay how it is. I think this BBF fairy tale thing is way off, way off. I know there's a lot of people that want it, and I know that's. I just don't think that it won't happen in the next 10 to 15 to 20 years.
It looks like it's not going to happen. I agree. It looks worse now.
Look, let me ask something, right? So Senator, right? Obviously, I know you as well. What are your thoughts as well on the whole Cyprus thing, considering you know both sides very, very well?
I couldn't really care less, to be honest with you.
No, but I mean, like, what are your thoughts on how it's progressing? You mix with both sides.
But you know what it is? I live on both sides, innit? So I'm genuinely happy. I live the best of both worlds, innit? I live in Limassol and I live in Girne. So technically, I live in the best areas on the island. The best areas in the island are Limassol and Girne anyway.
That's how a lot of people think.
So that's that.
Fair enough. You know why I'm pissed off though, Senator? Because technically I own half of Limassol and I can't get a fucking smidgen out of them.
Yeah, that's what it's about. You see what Sublime just said.
You own half of Limassol, so what?
Wallahi billahi. Wallahi. I swear to God. I got the tapuz for half of Limassol.
Yeah,
Sitting
but
in my top
the
drawer
reason
right
why
now.
the reason why you can't get it back is because you lot took land from the north. You know what I'm saying? That's why you can't get it back. You lot got land in the north. And on the
What was he supposed to do, bruv? Live in the fucking park?
No, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's why. Obviously,
Your family get given land in the north.
Yeah, they got land in the north. Yeah, they got land in the north.
Yeah, that's gone.
Unfortunately, the current situation is we have a solutionist on the north at the moment in Erdogan.
There's no solution coming, guys. So you just got.
And we have someone that's dead against the solution.
Exactly. There's
on
no
the south,
solution coming, bruv. It's getting worse
There's
and
no
worse by the
solution
day.
coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Just
That's
pray
what
a
I'm
war
I'm agreeing
doesn't
with you.
happen.
I'm agreeing with you.
There's 4 F-16 fighter jets have just arrived.
Erdogan should have turned up about 10 years ago. We might have had a chance.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh, can I ask a question to panel? With the current situation in Cyprus right now, EU is sending ships and to protect Cyprus. Is it only protecting the south or
Yeah, it's
north
only
and
protecting
south?
the south. It's only protecting the south.
Turkey's also sent some air defense missiles against drones.
Well,
Yeah,
the north,
separately.
the north isn't in danger anyway, guys. The north isn't in danger anyway, so I don't think we've got anything to worry about there.
Yeah,
No, we
true.
haven't.
True.
But you never know. One missile can
Turkey's made the point. Turkey's made the point before as well that Turkey's existence there is also at least indirectly protection for the south as well. I mean, Turkey's got half-decent relationship with most of the countries, including Iran, so they'll be it'll be lunacy for them to try anything. I mean, they wouldn't do anything to the Turkish anyway. Why would they?
They wouldn't.
So I don't think, you know, we need any protection from the current situation.
Bro, they're struggling at the moment. If you look, even Trump started to attack his own panel members, start to blame everybody else.
Sorry, who's that?
Who's that? Who's attacking who?
Trump. He's saying that, I was lied to, you know, they told me it was like this and they told me it was like that and they made me attack. He's now trying to backtrack because he's getting a lot of heat.
Listen, this war's going to go on for long, innit? And the problem is, yeah, hopefully it is going to spread out eventually. And they're trying to drag Turkey into it, which is going to affect the island either way. So that's just the sad situation we're in, innit? Eventually there's going to be some type of uprising because...
Listen, Christodoulos' whole ploy here is to get the NATO countries to back his case that the RSA should be in NATO. That's what his whole ploy is. Everybody, we're not silly. That's what he wants. That's why he's invited all these countries, and then he's going to turn around and say, "Oh, we're not safe, and Europe's here to defend us." But really, if you look deeper into it, I think that we should join NATO.
But John Gardash, they can't join NATO because Turkey won't let them.
Yeah, we know that, but he wants to make a case for it. I know Christodoulos. I know what his ploy is.
Yeah, he can try.
Well, yeah, he's gonna try. I'll give it to him. He will try.
Yeah.
I mean, they went into EU without being like the only country in ceasefire. What are the chances of them joining NATO, especially what's going on in the Middle
Well, he's
East?
going to make a case for it. He's going to say that we're not really protected, and you know, the wars in the Middle East, we're vulnerable, and if we join NATO, we're protected by NATO. That's his ploy. That's what he's trying to gain anyway.
But the other thing, Jan, is can Cyprus afford to be in NATO? Because we need to increase our spending, don't we?
Whoa, there's that as well.
Good
Yeah,
point.
the taxpayer's going to fund it.
I mean, with all due respect to Cyprus, you know, they're so small that they can't physically add anything to NATO. I think it's just a bit of a token gesture, more protection for them, because otherwise, why would they want to join? But like someone said earlier, every single NATO country has to consent to it. And as you know, Turkey opposed Sweden and Finland last year, but then accepted it. So it's up to Turkey. You never know what can change. Trump might say take them in, and they got to take them in. But I don't see how it will change the situation for the Cyprus issue, or for Turkey, for Turkish Cypriots or Greek Cypriots, to be honest.
Mark, the Turkish position quite simply is they need to prove that even if they was to bend over backwards, the Greeks would never accept any deal that they offered, right? So when they prove that, then the whole world can't blame them for what they do after that. Do you understand?
You mean in relation to the Cyprus issue?
I'm saying in relation to the Cyprus issue, Turkey needs to prove that we bent over backwards, we gave every concession, and these lot still weren't on a peace resolution. So now we're moving on from it. We've got other things to do.
No,
right?
I agree with you. But I don't agree with you. We have to prove it. It's already proven. It's well documented. So, you know, if you think about
Yeah, but it has to be unequivocally proven, and everyone has to accept the fact that we can't keep wasting time on this shit no more.
Listen, President Denktash was there for what, 20, 30 years. Everyone was saying this and that. Then after President Denktash, you had Mehmet Ali Talat, who was CHP, who was left-wing. He did 5 years. He did the referendum. President Erdogan actively supported the referendum. The Greeks said no. So if Mr. Denktash was Mr. No, Talat tried. Then you had Erol, and then you had Akıncı, who was CHP, who was anti-Turkey. He bent over backwards at Crans-Montana. Turkey and Erdogan supported Crans-Montana, and the Greeks walked away. What other proof do you want? And I've got some inside information from contacts in good places in Turkey that I actually supported Tatar, I still do. He came to the table and said, a bit like my view, we tried for 50, 60 years, it's not going to happen. They don't want us, come what may, so we want a two-state solution. Now
Mark.
Erdogan's come in with this conciliatory attitude, and I like the guy. I didn't vote for him, but I like him. He's quite professional as a lawyer. So the tactic now for the Turks is for him to show he's reasonable and to prove to the world, as you've just said, that whatever we do, the Greeks won't accept it. So at the end of the 5 years, nothing's going to happen. But we've already been there and done that for 50 years. I mean, they can't even open an extra crossing to go from north to south. So how do you expect them to resolve the issue? It's never going to be resolved unless something drastic happens through external factors. You know, unfortunately, my research suggests the Greeks will not accept us as an equal owner of Cyprus. That's the issue. They prefer us to be minority, but that's not what the constitution said, and that's why it's dragging on. So it's never going to happen.
Mark, look at it this way: if Turkey's got
there
service
is
to
the SAFE program,
fighter
the
jets
SAFE
and
program that supports Cyprus as a Republic of Cyprus. The SAFE program will give billions to Cyprus for military support. So NATO will benefit as of British bases are in Cyprus. The British bases will be converted into NATO bases, and Cyprus will have huge funding from the European Union. So pretty much, yes, we can join NATO easily because the British bases prove it. The British bases prove it. The presence of British bases in Cyprus. Also, the 2004 plan, the Annan plan, was a given plan. It wasn't negotiated. The outcome of the Grants Montana, which it didn't end, and it's ongoing still, and Hurman is supporting that, and he is on a good page, to be honest. God help the CHDP, you know, anyway. So everything is going in the right side, like for your BBF, okay, for a reunification. It's this Turkish Ottoman expansionism, which they want to expand, and like the new Ottoman Empire that is bothering the whole peaceful scene in Cyprus. So this is how it's.
What's the Ottomans done to expand? What's the issue? And Erdogan bent over.
Yes,
Erdogan bent over.
19.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Erdogan bent over backwards and supported the Annan plan in 2004. Erdogan bent over backwards, supported Grants Montana. And you just said what you said in 1960, that the Annan plan was imposed on you. You said that about the 1960 constitution, it was forced on you. Every time it goes wrong and you don't like it, you don't take responsibility, and you said it wasn't our fault. So Erdogan tried for 20 years to get this solution because Turkey would have got into the EU as well. The reality is, from my contacts, from my friends, my Greek friends, there's a sizable electorate in Cyprus who still believes in Enosis, who still hates the Turks, and who will never accept it. In the 90s, when Claudius was negotiating with Denktash, they almost agreed an agreement, and then Claudius walked away. And do you know why? Because the noises were being made by the extremist sections of the Greek society, and he knew he was going to lose the election. So long as there's that sizable electorate of people in the south who dislike Turks, the Turks can give pretty much the whole island. There will not be an agreement. There won't be an agreement.
You are talking about Turks from mainland Turkey or the Turkish Cypriots? Because you need to differentiate this in your mind. In the TRNC, so-called, it's 50-50. 50% is mainland Turks. Yes, those we don't like them. But the Turkish Cypriots are pure Cypriots. We can see the difference. We know how it works. So you cannot upgrade the mainland Turks, the Turkish citizens. You cannot upgrade them to be Cypriots. This won't be happening.
What's the mainland Turk, and how do you distinguish them?
Yes, the mainland Turks are war criminals. They are Turkish citizens who came to fight an illegal invasion that's been recognized by the United Nations, and that's why you are being embargoed and isolated.
You're wrong. Every single authority.
You are not embargoed. You are not isolated. Who is not recognized?
Let me
I am
finish.
wrong.
Let me finish. Turkey's intervention was 100% legal in line with the Treaty of Guarantee. That's said by every single authority. What you don't understand is what's been...
You know Attila 1 and Attila 2. You know
Can I
Attila 1 and Attila 2.
I'm trying to explain to you as a lawyer what the position is legally.
No, Attila 1, the
Let-
3% of occupation of land was somehow justified. Attila 2, the
All right, we'll
36%,
talk
it was
about
an invasion. You are a lawyer, but not quite up to it.
Well,
There is Attila 1 and Attila 2.
Can I explain to you? Can I explain to you if you let me? Legally, Turkey's intervention on the 20th of July 1974 was completely consistent with the Treaty of Guarantee. Okay, everyone accepts that was legal. Now I'm going to explain to you what you're incapable of explaining to us. The Treaty of Guarantee. Are you going to be quiet for a second? The Treaty of Guarantee.
So the intervention has a time limit. It's going for 52 years. The intervention shouldn't last for 6 months. You justify this. Justify the 52 years. Still intervention. 52 years intervention. What is this?
Are you going to let me educate you or not? Are you going to let me educate you? Yeah?
You have 0% to educate anyone. But I'm listening. Listen.
I know a lot more than you, trust me. I'm telling you the legal position about the Treaty of Guarantee. The Treaty of Guarantee...
If you are so smart, why didn't you go to the negotiations to make the TRC recognized? You are so smart. Go help your people.
Let's do Mark. Yeah, let's hear both of you guys.
I didn't go there because I wasn't employed by the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. I live in London. The Treaty of Guarantee says that any of the guarantor powers, Turkey, Greece, or United Kingdom, can intervene in the event, and it says worse to the effect of the Constitution is affected. But what it says is that the intervention has to be with the purpose of returning the island to the status quo. Do you accept that? Do you know what that means?
The constitutional order, not status quo. The constitutional order, my dear. Yeah. I have the Constitution in front of me.
Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? The constitutional order is a status quo before the intervention. So Turkey's intervention, and do you know why Turkey's intervention was legal? Because to use Makarios's words to the UN on the 17th of July 1974, a foreign power, Greece, and I quote, invaded Cyprus and were killing Makarios supporters. They blew up the palace. They imposed fascist terrorist Samson, who was an EOKA convicted murderer, with the aim of creating enosis. So you agree with me that those circumstances validated an intervention, yes? You agree with that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you agree with me. So that means Turkey's intervention was lawful. Now, I've been trying for 15 minutes to educate you. What's being deemed illegal by Turkey is not returning the island to the status quo or the constitutional order, staying for 50 years. That's the position.
August. No. You're missing some critical parts. I will explain to you. On the 20th of July, they called it an intervention. Okay, they captured the 3% of the island and they said, let's come to the talks. On the 14th of August, they initiated the Attila 2. We are on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely.
The result, okay, I like that. The result of the Attila 2 was the capture of 36% of the island, with the displacement of 160,000 Greek Cypriots and 40,000 Turkish Cypriots from the south. This is the constitution. What the constitution is saying. They have restored the constitutional order, Turkey, with the Attila 2.
You know that in 1975 there was the Vienna Convention where the Greeks and Turks agreed a population exchange. Yeah, you know that, don't you?
How many months passed? How many months passed since the invasion? Because after the 14th of August, it was an invasion. That's why they agreed.
It was never
Sorry?
an invasion. It was never an invasion. You can't
It was
change.
what was it? It was a peace operation. What do you call it? It was a peace operation in your
It
eyes. What it
was
was?
a police operation. Do you want me to read to you the accounts of all the Greeks who are being murdered by the
Because
junta?
a peace operation cannot result into 200,000 displays of people, like the 1/3 of the population of the island being displaced. This is not a peace operation, right? It's common sense, my lawyer.
It was a peace operation because the Turkish people on the island found peace. let me ask you.
It was a peace.
When I speak to people who don't know about the Cyprus issue, and I say to them this, from the 1950s to 1974, tens of thousands of Brits, Greeks, and Turks were killed. British service personnel's wives and children were attacked. 25% of the Turkish Cypriot population was displaced. You only talk about the displacement of 160,000 Greeks in 74. 25% of the island, the Turkish population. Hold on. In 63,
The whole world was retaliating against the British Empire. We were wanting for. No.
now I've got £3,000 worth of books here from German authors, Greek academics, American.
Put it in the
saying
Artemis Tonzagir. Put it
hold
in
on.
the fireplace.
Yeah, EOKA, the intention of EOKA was for Enosis, and you know that as well. You're trying to pretend that it was to get the British out. If it was to get the British out, listen to this carefully, everyone. If the purpose of EOKA and it was to get the British out, when the British were out in 1960, why did the killings, the attacks continue? Why?
Why did we agree the 18% to have a 30% power sharing? Rescue bit, the 18% of the population, we accepted for them to have 30% of power sharing in the 1960 Constitution. What are you talking? A minority was upgraded to a community, and we accepted it. What else do you want from us? What, a 50-50? What do you want? We've given you everything, you still let it down. So it's your fault, that's why you are embargoed. It's like the United. Why the United Nations don't recognize you and they recognize us? What did you do so wrong yet so right? It's amazing. Please
Right,
explain.
let me answer that question, Smarty Pants. See, the Greeks have these two conflicting arguments when it suits them. So on the one hand, they say, why aren't you recognized? On the other hand, you know what they say? I was speaking to a Greek last night. Why did America let Turkey come in? Britain and America knew that the junta was going to invade Cyprus. They knew the invasion. Why didn't they? So it's true. It's a fact that America and Britain knew that the junta was going to come in, and they knew Turkey was going to invade or intervene. Why did they allow that to happen then? So which is it then? Are they our friends and they let us in, or they don't like us? The reality is Britain and America are sick and tired of the Greek abuses, and in the end, you know how many times America stopped Turkey from entering in 64, 67, and in the end, you know what they said? They said, fuck it, let Turkey go in and slap the Greeks, and that's what they did.
I want to add some. Yes, I want to add something to this. The truth. Yeah, I agree at the point with you, and I will explain. I will add something else to this logic. Makarios.
I don't recognize us. How many countries are there in the EU to use your language is occupied? Imagine if Turkey walked into Hungary or France. Do you think they'll keep
the problem?
Why is Turkey on Cyprus for 60 years? Why?
So, listen. The problem was Makarios was very close to Russia. The invasion of Turkey in Cyprus was let to be done because they wanted to have NATO countries in Cyprus for good and Russia to be ousted out. That's one theory of how they didn't intervene. The other thing is NATO countries, they don't fight with each other. So they couldn't do anything with Turkey if Greece wasn't willing because the junta collapsed. They didn't have the government. They wouldn't save Cyprus and not save Greece.
And America couldn't stop Turkey. Britain couldn't stop them if they wanted to.
They wouldn't because NATO doesn't allow that. for NATO countries to. Cyprus wasn't a NATO country. It was a republic that was recognized, a neutral republic. The 1960s.
My question to you is, why did you think you're so clever? Why did America and Britain?
I'm explaining to you. I am.
Explain them.
Yes, I'm telling you, because NATO countries cannot fight for a neutral state. Cyprus was a neutral state. The UK and the US wouldn't bother to go stop Turkey if Greece wasn't willing to stop Turkey. Greece was having a collapse leadership because of junta, and they were trying to go back to democracy.
Greece invaded Cyprus on the 15th of July, and they weren't prepared to fight Turkey? Are you having a joke? You need your head tested.
They were not. They were not.
They were not.
They miscalculated. They miscalculated.
I'm going to break into Sophocles' house with a machete and think to myself, yeah, Soph isn't probably going to defend himself. He's just going to let me run around his house and break his stuff and attack his family. That's what you're saying. Turkey, listen to this. America, you know the Johnson letter? You know about the Johnson letter in '64? When an American...
I know the Johnson and Johnson's shampoo. I don't know the Johnson's letter.
What happened was in '64, after Bloody Noel, Turkey started their preparations to go in. And Lyndon Johnson wrote to the Turkish Prime Minister, and do you know what he said? If you go in, Russia's going to respond, and we're not going to support you. So Russia stood back. In 1967, when Grivas and his 3,000 men, on the 15th of November '67, massacred 24 of my mother's villages when she was a young woman and witnessed it, Turkey sent 50,000 troops to Edirne to enter Greece and 50,000 soldiers to Mersin. They were about to go in, and do you know who stopped it? America stopped it. Do you know why they did? Because America made Cyprus eject 20,000 illegal Greek soldiers who had entered the island illegally. The Constitution said they could have 950 soldiers. They had 20,000. Do you want the source for that? George Papandreou.
That is.
George Papandreou.
It wasn't US who. It wasn't the US who asked the soldiers to leave. Makarios asked for the soldiers to leave. There is a letter.
Makarios asked, or Americans asked. It was a freeway thing because Turkey was about to invade the island in November '67. The point which you're avoiding is...
you said something that Russia would intervene and stop you.
Hold on. You like law and Turkey not complying with the law. The Constitution said there could be 950 soldiers from Greece, 650 soldiers from Turkey. As of 1967, there were 20,000 soldiers on the island.
Mark,
what do you think they were there for? For training?
You forgot the bombings of Tiliria.
I'll answer that. You now. Why were
that was the answer, my friend.
What's the answer?
Why the soldiers were in Cyprus? Because they came after the bombings of Tiliria. Turkey sent fighter jets and they were bombing Cyprus.
You mean Kokina?
Τα κόκκινα. Bravo, my friend.
So you breached the Constitution and international law by getting 20,000 illegal troops. You accept that?
How illegal? You started it, re. You bombed Kokina first. What Greece would stand there and watch you?
Why did we bomb Kokina? Because there
was a failed coup. The Turkish Cypriots tried to make a failed coup in 1963. The Noel was you trying to dismantle the Republic of Cyprus with a failed coup. My friend, it's all there.
Say that again.
Yes, 1963, you made a failed coup.
Can everyone
remember?
Because I've got the evidence for him to embarrass him here. Tell everyone carefully what the Turks did in 1963.
Yes, you tried to make a failed coup and dismantle the Republic of Cyprus. You left the parliament and wanted to destroy the constitution, but you failed.
How did we do that? How did we do that?
That's why the aftermath today is us going forward and you being isolated until you become civilized. This is not Ottoman era. You cannot act in the same way. But still,
Guys, can you listen to this carefully? Because what's your name, friends? Sorry, what's your name?
George.
All right, George. So, did everyone hear him say that the Turks dismantled the constitution and tried a coup?
I'm the only one left, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard it, Mark. Yeah.
All right, George, listen to this.
Thanks for staying, Mike.
Listen to this. Yeah, listen to this. Great academic professor Andrakos Varnava. Yeah. 2004. Listen to this. I'm reading from his article and I can send it to you. On November 30th, 1963, Makarios proposed 13 amendments to the constitution that were aimed at reducing the Turkish Cypriot protections. Yeah? Did we hear that?
Exactly the opposite. The amendments were in favor for the Turkish
George
Cypriot.
knows better than a doctor professor, Greek Cypriot, Georgios Varnava.
Yes,
Listen, I go on.
He could have been paid, my friend. I don't know. Send me your information.
Makarios' proposals was never intended to succeed, so he knew it would never succeed. Its political utility lay in the pretext of more extreme action that it created. And in English, that means Makarios' proposals.
The president made 13 proposals rightfully, and you retaliated. You didn't even came to speak about the 13 amendments.
I'm not finished.
You didn't even negotiate about the 13 amendments. As soon as he suggested it, you tried to coup. You know the Nihaderim 1957 plan? You know Nihaderim 1956 plan for Taksim? You know Nihaderim plan? Nihaderim plan?
I know because you don't understand, you're trying to talk over me, but I'm going to finish. It goes, Professor Varnava, the Greek Cypriot professor, goes on to say, on the 3rd of December 1963, at Kritas, remember that, George? At Kritas, which you don't like to mention, conducted a false flag operation in Nicosia. The Greeks blowing up a statue of EOKA hero Markos Drakos. Okay? So the proposals were made on the 30th of November. 3 December, the Greeks blew up an EOKA statue. 3 days later, the Turkish Council of Ministers in Ankara, listen to this is very important. Ankara rejected the proposed constitutional changes. On the same day, the Greek Chief of Staff advised the Greek Defense Minister that it was time for Greece to support Makarios' proposals for providing resources to the Akritas organization, thereby supporting Cypriot forces against Cypriot forces. No, I'm not finished.
This is bedtime story. It's like Alice in the Wonderland now.
Meanwhile, the Cypriot force, the Turkish Cypriot Vice President Fazıl Küçük, promised to study and reply to the proposed constitutional changes in the new year. Minister of Interior Georgios acted preemptively because he did not want to wait for the Turkish Cypriots to establish their defensive capability. On 21st December 1963, one of Georgios' paramilitary cells initiated a conflict. So the Greeks started the conflict. It stopped 2 Turkish Cypriot couple on the way home after a night out in Nicosia and demanded documentation, which the couple refused. When a Turkish Cypriot crowd surrounded the patrol, it fired and the couple were killed instantly. Listen, George.
Send me article.
Shooting spread.
Send me the article. But this is not true.
Listen.
This is bedtime stories.
Professor, I've got this in 3 or 4 other Greek Cypriot professors, Germans, Americans. Shooting spread throughout the capital after the funerals the following night. Akritas members had cut telephone lines and telegraph lines to the Turkish Cypriot areas and closed Nicosia International Airport. Islam Samson led his gang foray into the primary Turkish suburb of Omorfito, indiscriminately killing Turkish Cypriots, including women and children, and taking...
Omorfida was 1974.
I'm finishing. An American source puts the figure of casualties, mostly Turkish Cypriots, at 87. So Samson's going around killing women and children, and you're telling us that the Turks have to be civilized? You're telling lies that the Turks did a coup? This is evidence. I can quote you 5 or 6 professors, Greek, German, American, that the Greeks started it. And do you know what? It's widely accepted Makarios never intended to honor the constitution. The British said to him, you want Enosis? You want Enosis? He said, there has to be an
The
Enosis.
fabrication level of what you are saying is like to the moon. To the moon.
George, did you like the story? Nice, isn't it?
Yes, you are reading it from your own notes. Where is this? Why you didn't give this to the United Nations for you to be recognized and excused? Why you are still isolated and embargoed since you are in the right side of history? Why?
Let me destroy you even
Because
further.
you are lying. You are lying. That's why.
Professor
Take it to the
Varnava,
United
not me,
Nations.
Professor Varnava. Professor Varnava. And do you know who's lying? Do you know you said 10 minutes ago that EOKA was to get the British out and not for Enosis? Do you remember saying that? Do you remember
EOKA
saying
Alpha.
Sorry?
Romley, can I say something?
1955, 1959. Yes, EOKA Alpha.
All right, so
Romley, can I say something?
lie,
Romley,
isn't
sorry
it?
to intervene. Can I say something, Romley?
Go on.
Don't waste your breath with this guy. This guy is a proper wind-up, bro.
Embarrassing. Did you not say that EOKA...
Bu adam Türk düşmanıdır. Ben sana
No, I know
söyleyeyim.
what you
Don't
mean.
even waste your time, bro.
So he can't deal with me because I know more than him. That's why he's going to get embarrassed.
Yeah, he's just a wind-up. He's just
What?
a wind-up. This is why everyone's left the panel.
No,
Because we know what Cyprus migration is like.
I'm relieving stress. George, did you or did you not say that EOKA was for the
Because
purposes...
no one can mess with me.
I'm messing with you.
Rakalida,
Answer. You found your match now. Now, tell me this. Do you accept that earlier you said EOKA was for the purpose of kicking the British out and not Enosis? Is that what you said? That's what you said, isn't it? Why are you scared to admit it? Go on, say it. You're still there. Hello?
Yeah, I think he's still there, Mark, but he goes on and off.
Yeah. Well, let me answer the question anyway, because you know I quoted from the Greek Cypriot professor. Now, George said that EOKA was just to kick the British out and not Enosis. Well, I'm reading to him from a book called The Cyprus Problem from Professor James Kerr-Lindsay. And on page 20, do you know what it says, guys? EOKA was the Greek Cypriot militia formed to end British rule in Cyprus and bring about the island's union with Greece.
I don't want to stir here, Mark, but isn't Lindsay quite pro-Erdogan?
Well, he might be, but Varnava's not. And I can quote you 10, 15 various nationalities of this, and he's not going to do a research paper on for nothing, is he? So this is the problem, and because we've jumped into history, the Greeks always wanted Enosis. There was a plebiscite, a referendum in 1950. 96% of the population said they want Enosis. They started a violent campaign against the British to get them out and achieve Enosis. And what Britain said to the Greeks was, there's a sizable Turkish population here. They've been here for 400 years. We can't allow Enosis because Enosis would mean the destruction of the Turks on the island. If you insist on Enosis, we're going to have what's called double Enosis. Yeah, and double Enosis means partition. So Makarios, who was a lifelong Enosis supporter, decided, and this is documented, I can send you thousands and thousands of references. Makarios then pretended to the British and saying, actually, we don't want Enosis anymore, we want independence. And he accepted the constitution, and his intention was to destroy it after the British left to achieve Enosis. And that's what happened in 63 with the Span and Bloody Noel. But George, he's run away because he's scared, because I've embarrassed him, because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Mark, there's no doubt you know your stuff. Absolutely, you know your stuff. And there's 3 sides to a story, as you also know.
No, I didn't.
Who knows the real truth? That's the issue. That's why we fall into a trap when we go too far back.
You know what? You know, I was like, just listening to what parents said and friends said. I embarked on this journey a couple of years ago, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy books. I'm going to do my research. I've got thousands of pounds worth of books. And do you know what I did? I didn't buy any Turkish authors. Germans, Greeks, Italians, Americans. And all these people, and they're journalists, they're academics, they're diplomats, they're professors, English people who lived on the island, worked on the island as various capacities. And I don't think they're all lying, Sof. I don't think they're all lying.
Absolutely, I'm not saying I don't think they're lying either. I just think interpretation is the part that we might get confused on, because I think everyone interprets something differently. You and I, for example, could see an apple, and you could see a red apple. I could see a green one.
I agree.
That's where we get stuck.
There's no room for interpretation, and I've got the quotes of Makarios.
Yeah, well, that's fact, of course.
From the
We've
50s,
got facts. Yeah.
He was a lifelong Enosis supporter, and what angers me, Sof, and I know we've never met, but I know a little bit about you because you come onto my algorithms. I think you're one of those few genuinely nice people who want peace, and you're well intentioned, and I think your wife's Turkish.
Yes.
So you fall into that category of genuinely decent people who want peace, but a lot of shit's happening at home, which is unfortunate. But enosis, people say these words soft, but they don't understand it. What does enosis mean? Now, the Greeks wanted enosis. If I substitute the word enosis with destruction of Turks from the island, can you understand why the Turks were so scared of that? Because that's what it meant. That's what it meant. But people say these words, they don't understand it. So we were terrified of what the Greeks did to the Brits.
Yeah.
And whether it was right or wrong, at the height of the Cyprus emergency, Sof, you know how many British soldiers there were on the island? 30,000 soldiers. And they couldn't defeat Elka. That's how strong they were.
Yeah.
So
I get that. Yeah, it does make sense. Just to touch on enosis, I know what enosis meant to Turkish Cypriots 50 years ago. And as you said, it must have been terrifying. But what does enosis mean to Turkish Cypriots today?
As a Turkish Cypriot, it means the same thing. And people who don't know me, Sof, you know, I'm born and bred London. My wife lives in Cyprus. She was born there. And my son went to an English school and a Greek side for 8 years. My daughter goes to the Greek school, English-speaking school in the south as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And my son goes over to sleep over with my friend's Greek. I go out with my Greek friends. So people, when they hear my attitude, they think I'm sort of Turkish fascist.
Yeah.
You know, I fly to Larnaca. I've got Greek friends. So that's a separate matter, you know. And then
what do your Greek friends, when you obviously, I'm sure you probably maybe don't debate about this with your Greek friends, because
it
gets emotional, doesn't it?
We don't have to talk about it. It's a sore subject. But
so is that the solution then? Let's just all stop talking about it.
No, you know what? I'm starting to write a book. It's probably going to take me 10 years. Let's talk about it, but let's be realistic. And, you know, I don't understand, you know, what exactly is meant by communal, by the federation.
No one does. That's the thing. We've heard snippets, haven't we? We've not.
I've watched a Greek professor on YouTube, and he can explain it. But what I fear is, and you might not like me for this, we're trying to, what's the old saying, square a round peg. So it doesn't fit, and we're trying to force the issue. And I know you're pro-unionist, and I respect that, I really do.
Yeah.
But I've seen so much, I know so much that I don't believe it's going to work. And people like George just don't understand. So I find him racist.
I get where you're coming from, Mark, but I'm going to ask you a question that you might not like either, because I've asked a lot of Turkish Cypriots this, but it sounds like you're the only one equipped to answer it. I know you want a two-state. It sounds like you want a two-state. What's in it for the Greek Cypriots if you get a two-state? No Turkish Cypriot so far has been able to answer that question. No one's been able to say, this is what happens on a two-state. This is what you get. And sorry for being selfish, but as a Greek Cypriot, we would want to benefit from a two-state as well, if that makes sense.
I would like to come onto your lives, and one thing I promise you, I will answer every single question honestly. Whether it's good or bad. People ask me, did Turkish soldiers rape women? Of course they did. Yeah, that's a hard thing to accept. The Greek people could murder Turks. Yes, did they rape? It happens in war, okay? It's despicable. So I'm not going to protect or hide what's happened in the past, because like George tried to hide things. I gave him 2 quotes from an English professor and a Greek professor, and he ran off. And I can lie. Let me answer the question to you. There's very little benefit for the Greeks in a two-state solution. The only thing the Turks might be able to offer is a land and Varosha and a few bits and pieces. But the Turkish side would benefit 50% from the 90%, maybe 100% from the two stations. Does that answer your question? Honest answer?
It answers my question, but if there's nothing in it for us, then why? Again, I'm being selfish, but why? I'm thinking as a Greek Cypriot, because you're thinking as a Turkish Cypriot, you want the right thing for your people. I want it for mine, but ultimately, I actually want it for everybody. But what would be in it for us? We need something, you know?
No, what I'm saying is you're not going to benefit as much as we will. So the best I think you can get is some land, especially Varosha. But whether you'll be content with that, I don't think the Greeks would ever agree to a two-stage solution. Shall I tell you what my tactic would be if I was the president of Cyprus or supporting Cyprus?
Yeah, please.
I would continue this long game in the hope that eventually the international community will do what they did in 2004 referendum and say, where's the effect of the Turks, the Annan plan, the Greeks didn't. It's now time to bring the Turkish Cypriots out of isolation. And they promised that to us, and they didn't deliver. So
do you think this is secretly what Erdogan is doing?
I've been told from sources who are close up there that this is the tactic. I'm being honest with you. I'm not bullshitting. Whether the person who told me, I don't know.
What it looks like, Mark, to me is, yes, he is pro solution, but I think what he's really trying to do is show the world that he's trying so hard. And obviously he knows that the Greek side will be a bit reluctant to solution. We are going to delay it as much as possible.
My point
to the international community and say, look, enough is enough now. We've tried. You know, we can't make it with a solutionist. How are we going to get it?
That's a tactic I would adopt, Sof. But that being said, what I said earlier, we adopted that tactic between 2003 to 2017. And even the hated Erdogan bent over backwards and was literally forcing us to accept the referendum, and we did. And do you know what I did at the time, Sof? And I'm being honest with you, I was in Cyprus and I voted yes. I didn't want to vote yes, but I voted tactically because we knew we knew that the Greeks would vote no. So shall I tell you my plan B?
Yep.
So playing the long game and with Turkey's support financially we can, I think, sustain this for another 20, 30, 50, 100 years.
Who's going to be the first to recognise the RNC? England?
Eventually something's going to crack. But plan B is something else would have to intervene. And as we've seen in recent years, Sof, it's so unpredictable. I would play dirty and say to Trump, you wanted the Gaza Strip. Why don't we give you Varosha for free? You can turn it into the Riviera and recognise us. And that idiot might do it soft.
Yeah, he might. But who has the authority to make that deal? Are you saying Erdogan?
Yeah, of course. I mean, who's controlling? And these are dirty
controlling
tactics.
both. Yeah.
These are dirty tactics. But I'm being honest with you. Or something unexpected happens. So God forbid a massive earthquake. God forbid another war. You never know what can happen. But the point is, the Turks have survived for 60 years under these conditions, and I'm assuming you've been to the north, Sof. But
yes.
I've got a property there. Life really isn't that bad. Everyone's a civil servant. You know, my wife, as a teacher, earns the equivalent of a teacher in England, and she works 8 to 1. They've got such easy lives. Yes,
I agree. It makes us question, why the hell are we here, Mark?
You know, my wife's got a house in Nicosia. She's got a villa with a pool in Famagusta. You know, it's a beautiful island, you know it, and it's probably slightly more natural than the south. But let me ask you a question, sir. Again, I found, and I know he's not here to defend himself, I found George a bit racist when he said we don't want the Turks in Turkey. Now, you may know this. I want to ask you a question. And I know the answer you're going to give because you're a decent guy, but be honest.
You'll be surprised. Go on, Mark.
My wife was born in Famagusta 47 years ago. Mum and dad came from Mersin in Turkey in 1977, the year before my wife was born.
Got you.
My wife looks like a Cypriot, she walks like a Cypriot, and she cracks like a Cypriot.
So what is she?
And she gets indigenous Turkish Cypriots go and slag off the people from mainland Turkey, a bit like George did. Now, George will have my wife leave the islands. Would you have my wife leave the islands after 47 years?
Absolutely not. But yeah, you knew I was going to say that. But also, just so you know, the Greeks do the same thing. I think it's a Cypriot problem.
Shall I tell you, Sof, and you're probably the same age as me. I'm going to be 50 this year, but you're probably slightly younger, actually.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mark. I'm 36, but thank you. I'm 36, but thank you. Yeah.
It's that beard, man.
Do I look 50? Fuck, you know. All right. No
Maybe
offense.
I just look young. Let me tell you something, Sof. In my life, I've lived in the Netherlands for 3 years. I've lived in Cyprus for 2 years. The rest of my life here, I've traveled everywhere. I'm being honest with you. The biggest racists I've encountered have been Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots. I swear to God.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but they're not extreme racist, though, are they? I mean, let's be honest. We're harmless. We're harmless racists. We're not.
Well, if it rains down on you, it's not harmless. Let me tell you this. My wife and I have been crossing, like I said to you, for a good 15 years. We've got passports and TRNC Kimlik, yeah? Something changed 6 or 7 years ago, and the border crossing has been nasty. So they stop us. They say you can't cross. They say you come from the occupied area. They say I have land there. You're a civil servant. I've got a right to go across as a Brit under the Brexit agreement. I've got a right as a TRNC national to go under the Green Line.
I get that, Mark, but isn't that their job to interrogate, though? I mean, for better or worse, I'm not saying you, but you know, when you cross a border, it's a security risk wherever you are in the world. What if someone's coming from Turkey or from Syria?
Hold on. You're right. Do the relevant checks, and you've got a right to type people back if they're a threat or if they've got a code of threat or criminal offences. You've been seeing me crossing for 15 years. These same people are giving my kids chocolates and kissing them. And they see me every day. So do the checks.
With all respect, do you think it might be a Mark problem?
How? No, you don't know me.
Exactly. I don't. That's why I say all due respect. Do you think?
I go there. Kalimera, Yassas, Evkaristo. I don't display any signs that I'm Turkish. I'm the most polite person on earth. But the point I'm making to you is, can the border crossing guard do his or her job without saying to me, "You come from the occupied area. What? You shouldn't have voted for Brexit then. Where's your parents?" Do you see what I mean? So these are quite upsetting. And then obviously I start pushing back and say, "Why is my parents relevant? You've seen me crossing for years. You know my kids."
I get that, Mark, but the theory I have for that, though, if we were going to call ourselves a sovereign country, regardless how close Turkish Cypriots are to Turkey, just as much as Greek Cypriots are to Greece, it is still a foreign country. Turkey is still a foreign country to all Cypriots. It's not sovereign. You know what I mean? It's still technically occupied. I don't like using occupation either. It's a very strong word and it's very 1970. But it still kind of has some truth behind it because it's a foreign country. Just like the bases in the south is also being occupied by the Brits because it's a foreign country within our own country. So technically, I don't know if you agree with me or not, probably don't, but is it not also kind of an occupation for you as well?
Absolutely not. It's a liberation for me. I feel safe, I feel happy, but if I'm passing as a British citizen, if I'm from Ukraine or Pakistan or Nigeria, with all due respect, I might claim asylum, I might abscond. But I'm from Britain. You can see from my passport, I come in for 3 days, I leave. I come in for a week, I was going every single month.
Yeah.
You know that my kids go to the American Academy in Nicosia. You know I'm paying the Republic of Cyprus 50,000 euros a year.
Yeah.
You know I don't have a criminal record. You know that I'm nice. You know that I occasionally buy the border guards chocolates and biscuits.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, 10 years is fine. After 10 years, why is it all of a sudden changed? My only theory is that they've been instructed to give them a hard time, which I think is a shame. Now, I said to one of the border guards, when you guys cross over to the north, we don't ask you if your parents are from Athens or Salonic, you know? we don't do that. So the whole point of the Green Line regulations is to make the relationship between Turks and Cypriots better. So there's this old saying, old Turkish saying, Sof, he who can't beat the donkey beats the saddle. So you're too strong for me, Sof, so I'll go and smash up your car. And I've said to these people, I've got my views about the Cyprus issue. I never discuss them. I was born in 1976 in London. It was not my fault. So why are you taking out of me? Why are you beating my saddle instead of beating the donkey? So what I've seen in the last few years with all these arrests about the land sale, and I can understand why they're doing that, but it didn't happen through embargoes, it didn't happen through war, it didn't happen through negotiations. So now we're going to do it through arrests, and now we're going to do it through upsetting people like me at the border crossings. This isn't the right way to do it. Okay, this incident happened 15 years ago. It's an intractable position. It's a complicated issue with no proper solution in sight. So do we abide by the Green Line regulations and try and be neighbourly, or do we make life hard for each other? What would you do?
Before I answer that, Mark, there's a regular in the comments. He's a lawyer. He's asking what type of law you practice.
I'm a criminal specialist.
Okay, brilliant. So you've seen it all.
Yeah, and the question I want to ask you, Sof, going back to George and his racist comment about people like my wife should go back, and we call them settlers. Do you remember I said to you my parents-in-law came in 1977?
Yeah.
Do you know my father-in-law's great-grandfather was a Turkish Cypriot, and he emigrated back to Turkey in the late 1800s?
Oh, I didn't know that now. But
okay.
I do know, I don't know, but I think that there is already a caveat for that in the Bizonal Bicommunal Federation that, and so-called settlers from a certain point in time, I don't know when, I don't know what year, but that they will be naturalized.
Exactly.
So that solves the problem anyway.
If he stayed up, I was going to lay George a trap by saying, should my wife stay? And he wasn't going to take...
Oy Mark, biraz nefes alma, bırak başkasını da konuşsun. I've got a question for both of you. Yeah? Let's say, for example, my prediction's true, right? And that the Turks are just bending over backwards just to show that, we did everything we could, and now we're going to move forward, and there's no peace, and this is how it is, right? Let's say, for example, that's the case. Moving forward, do you think that people will be moving across the border to visit each other side like they have been? Or do you think once people realize that, wait a minute, there's going to be no reparations, we're not getting our land back, we're not getting no money out of this, there's no point in us being friendly with the other side because there's nothing in it for us? Do you think that
I can tell you what I would do, Caucasian, but I'll let Mark answer first.
Yeah, I just want to know if you think that things will turn sour.
I think it's going to be business as usual, because ultimately self-interest takes over. And I sent my kids to the south because I felt that was the best for them. There are people who work, so I think it's going to be business as usual. But I think there is going to be an element, and I'm sorry to say this, of extreme Greeks becoming a bit more violent. My wife's car was attacked. There's been lots of incidents of attacks as well. We've been warned by the school on various occasions saying, don't bring your kids to school today. There's going to be extremists. That never happens in the north. I'm not saying there aren't extremists in the north, don't get me wrong. But I think on the whole, business as usual will continue, but there will be a bit more tension initially.
Mark, what if there was a reform to the law that made this crime so brutal? I mean, so you'd get a really large sentence for doing something like this. Would that make you feel more comfortable? Because at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, but probably whoever is being racist at the moment is probably getting a slap on the wrist and just saying don't do it again. So if there was a reform.
I work on the GRAPE unit, and the sentence is life imprisonment, and we're overwhelmed with work. It's non-stop. I know it's London, but I don't think it's going to make a difference because no one commits a crime openly thinking, I'll get caught. They think they're going to get away with it. So that's my answer, Sublime. What do you?
I think extremists will always be extremists, right? But the fact is, when the consensus of the population endorses their position, they do become more empowered and they become more boisterous. And I think that if there is like a forced two-state solution, I think the majority of Cypriots, both sides, would be so disenfranchised. Because at the moment, like neither side's doing anything to benefit the other side. But there seems to be this never-ending optimism that there's going to be some sort of peace achieved somehow, right? But I think once that's taken away, once that dream of this imaginary peace is taken away, and everyone has to sort of kiss their land goodbye, right? It's going to be like a wake-up call for a lot of the people, and I think that I'll definitely expect to see
I don't know.
more violence.
Caucasian. I don't think that's true, mate, because I've got well, technically I've got land in Gerinya, Karabas. I think it's called Alsancak in Turkey.
I'll swap you for my land in Limassol.
I mean, it doesn't. what I'm trying to say is that was my granddad's land. Although I have an emotional attachment to it, my generation, probably your generation too, hasn't got that emotional attachment to it. And what I do see happening once there is a solution is people can just live wherever they want. Personally, I might want to live in Gerinya, right? I might want to go to the north and live there, and you might want to come and live in the south.
But can I tell you what the problem with that is? Okay, my mum's 82 and she's an angel. She would like to kill Greeks. So, would you like to live next to her, Sof, with your family?
Yeah, because I know that she wouldn't. Because
but you know, she might snarl at you. She probably wouldn't.
What kind of, after 1 hour of logical, rational speaking, what kind of thing is that? That was mad. That was way left, Mark. What are you saying?
I thought you guys.
I get what you're saying there, because he's referring. I'm sure you're using that as an example. I get what you're saying. You're using that.
Want me to be honest, Sof?
Yeah. Not that honest. Not that honest.
And you know, I know people. Obviously, people suffered on both sides. And there's a Turkish saying, Sof, again, I like my proverbs, ateş düştüğü yere yakar, which means the fire burns the spot it falls on. So, you know, you might have lost your land and that's devastating for you. I might have lost my son or my daughter, that's devastating for you. I might have lost my 3 donkeys and that's ruined my business. So,
oh man, anything but the donkeys.
You hurt, you know, and one of my cousins was head of
species, man.
One of my cousins was head of the Missing Persons Commission on the North. And this was like a decade ago. And it was UN-led, EU and UN-led. And what they said to both sides was, look, we're not after prosecutions, we just want the remains back. Listen to this carefully, because this is quite important. So my cousin was head of the Turkish side, so he had a team and they would go around. So there'll be a rumor and say, Alsancak, there was in 1964, there was reports of a Greek guy being killed and chucked in a well. And that was like 60, 70 years ago. So they'll go to the village, they'll find people in their 80s and ask questions. So they'll say, I'm not a traitor. And then they'll say to the old boy, is there anything we can do for you? And he goes, I can't pay my electricity bill, here's some money. Oh, my daughter doesn't have a job. All right, we'll find her a temporary job in the Ministry of blah, blah. And then they'll say, look, we know you're not a traitor, but if you know anything about this incident, can you tell us? And then a lot of people would Sof, and they'll say, well, yeah, you might want to go into that, under that olive tree and look, and they used to build, and they'll find the remains Sof. My cousin interviewed this guy, a Turkish guy. And he said, I came one day home, I found that my brother had been killed by the Greeks. And he said, well, what do you do? He goes, I lost it. I went out, I found 3 or 4 of my Turkish mates, we all got tooled up, and we went out at night. We knew somewhere that cars were crossing, that there'll be Greeks. We hid, and the first Greek car that passed by, we stopped them. There might have been 2, there might have been 4 people in it. We just killed them.
Are you talking about in the 74, you said?
No, this was in the 60s.
60s,
so what the point I'm trying to make to you with that is, and this is, I'll say it twice because it's important. There are so many terrible things that happened which in a perverse way are normal. Does that make sense, Sof and Sublime? So if I love my kids, if someone did anything to them, I'd massacre the world. That's a bit of an exaggeration.
I
So the
wouldn't use the word normal. Maybe like understandable, but not
understandable,
not
understandable. No,
normal.
thanks for correcting me. Understandable. So a lot of bad things happen, and the reason I've made the conversation convoluted, going back to my mum, and your point stuff about we can live anywhere. If my mum's son was killed 40 years ago, maybe she would kill someone. You know, when she sees Greeks, so she says "pisyaur." You know,
I'm not gonna downplay how serious that is. Of course, it's you know,
you
as a
understand?
mother and a child, but 40
Maybe
years you've gone through the process. You've grieved, you've accepted, you've forgiven.
You're
No?
a father as well. I would never get over it. Maybe the Cyprus problem is too raw. It's in living memory. It's recent history. Maybe in 50 years, where people like my mother have gone, but there again, they passed it on to me. Not the extremist element, although maybe I was a
I'm
bit.
not sure, Mark. I mean, I wouldn't get over it, but if I survived long enough not to have got my, let's call it revenge, as soon as it happened, and I survived another 40 years, I think I would be over it. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I wouldn't have an intention to do anything after so long now.
But if you lost your loved ones, if you lost your property, and then you came next to me, how can you restrain yourself from looking at me and thinking, "You dirty Turk, your people done this to me"?
Because if I was going to lose restraint, it would have been the next day, or it would have been within 6 months. You know, if I've gone through the process, because I'm thinking about right now, as you said, I'll turn the world upside down if something happened to my children.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't wait 40 years to do it. You know what I mean?
Why is it the case that people like, was it Cyprus, migration, and George? Why have they still not got that restraint when they weren't around in the 60s and 70s? Why are they so extreme?
If this extreme migration is the worst and the most extreme Cypriot you've ever met, are they really that bad?
He's not.
Wait. Who's extreme? Cyprus migration?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's
No, he's a ethno-nat.
but that's what I mean.
Right,
Let's
but
say he's the worst.
like earlier on, you lot were saying he's a racist. I wouldn't say he's a racist. He's saying Turkish Cypriots. Wait. He's saying Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots are ethnically Cypriot. He's not dividing Turkish and Greek Cypriots. So he's
I don't think it's. I'm
he's
not sure if
he's not a
someone
racist.
said racist. I think he just said he doesn't like.
No.
Turks from Turkey.
Mark said he's racist.
Okay.
He's not a racist, Mark. He's an ethno-nat. He's ethno-nationalist. The model of governance he wants to see is based on ethnicity.
You know, well, that seems a bit racist to me. And George said he doesn't want the mainland Turks because they're uncivilized. That's a bit racist.
No, George, yeah, the one we're talking about, Cyprus migration. Yeah, he did say a sly comment about Turks need to become civilized. That was a sly comment.
Just to clarify, I think Cyprus migration is George, right?
Yeah, but not the George we mean. We mean George Jason.
Yeah.
The one I embarrassed with my quotes from Professor Varnov and Kerr Lindsay, and then he made a quick escape, that one.
Yeah, he's George, aka
Yeah.
Cyprus migration. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's funny because I would have asked him the questions that I've asked you, and you saw that he wouldn't let me answer questions, and I was being truthful, and I gave an accurate reflection of Turkey's intervention being legal, but Turkey's remaining in the island being unlawful in the eyes of international law. I'm honest all about this. I can tell you why I think it's right for Turkey to stay, but that would need another hour. But I would have asked him about settlers in the south. So they don't want migration, and George don't want settlers in the north. What about all the Russian and the Greek mainland settlers?
Yeah, let them stay, but on a visa. He's saying he won't have the same rights as a Cypriot. Because don't forget what it is, Mark. Once they whittle it down to Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, right? In that scenario, they outnumber us. So if we don't bring in our extended family and he doesn't bring in his extended family, and it's just us versus them, they're always going to outnumber us. So that's why he goes with that model, because that's what he was saying to you. We gave 18% of the population, 50% of the, well, not, is it 50% or 30% or whatever of the power? Why would we do that? Why couldn't we can't ask for more than that, he's saying.
It was a politically equal constitution, and you guys will be interested in this. I was arguing with a Greek guy on Facebook last couple of nights, and he knows 10 times more than me. And do you know what he said? He said, "I don't believe in two-state solution. I don't believe in a federation. I believe in a unitary state. We should have one Cyprus."
I believe that too. I believe that as well.
One vote.
I don't think that's possible.
Let me ask you why I asked him. If there were 1 million Turks Turkish Cypriots on their own and 400,000 Greek Cypriots, would you still support that makeup?
Yeah, I would, because under a unification, it wouldn't matter if you're Greek or you're Turkish. It wouldn't be two constituent states or two independent states. It would be one country, much like the UK.
Yeah, but then you want to get your view.
Yeah, but in whatever dynamic we look at, the majority always holds that position that you just claimed, right? So it's like racist white people telling black people, why do you always go on about being black for? What's colour got to do with it?
I get that,
It's
but
like, but it don't matter to you, but it matters to the minority.
With all due respect, though, we can't get punished because you're the minority. Does that make sense?
Thank you. But
like, you can't put it back onto us. It's not. Yeah, go on.
Let me ask you an important question, which is a problem with your view of a unitary state, and I don't disrespect that. I respect your view. So next month we have a unitary state. We have the solution, and I don't like Sublime's classification of peace. And again, I'm not allowed to put words in your mouth. I think there is peace. We just don't have a legal solution. But that's just my view. I've got plugged there for that. So next month we have a legal solution. Soft, you get your unitary state. Yeah. There's 1 million Turkish Cypriots, because we've all had lots of babies because Turks like to multiply. So we've got 1 million Turkish Cypriots and we've got 500,000 Greek Cypriots because they don't have kids.
Yeah.
So one vote, one person means that we get 1 million Turkish votes and 500,000 Greek votes, yeah? And you're happy with that, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Genuinely, if that's the way it crumbles, then what can I do about it?
Right, now follow me with this hypothetical. In 2027, we become part of NATO, yeah? In 2028, Greece, the Republic of Greece and the Republic of Azerbaijan has a conflict. And we have to vote if we support the Turkic, Azerbaijan or Greece. And then 1 million Turkish Cypriots, because they are Turkish like the Azerbaijanis, vote in favor of military action against Greece.
Do you know what this sounds like, Mark? This sounds like democracy to me.
So you wouldn't have any issues with that?
Well, it's democracy. How can I have an issue with it? If that's what the population is, if this is what we don't have a guarantee that all Turkish Cypriots will vote to go to war.
But
it's a vote, and it's a population. Yeah,
Mark, they have million in the north. You know, it's only 200,000, right?
It's just example migration. It's just we're talking about example.
Right,
No. They are even they're not 1 million abroad. Is under what?
Hypothetical. This was a hypothetical, but it wasn't. We weren't saying. We were just swapping the scenario.
So, can I ask a question to Cyprus migration?
Yeah, please.
So, Cyprus migration, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So tomorrow we're going to have a solution. Okay. My wife, my beautiful wife, was born 47 years ago in Famagusta.
She's out.
Hold on. My wife's parents came from Mersin, the mountains of Mersin, in 1977 to Cyprus. They were put into a Greek house. They farmed the land. They've been there for 60 years. And my wife was born in Famagusta for 47 years. She's lived there all her life. We've been doing the long distance thing for 20 years. So when we're having this solution and I'm the Turkish president and you're the Greek president, will you allow my wife to stay, please? Please.
No, Rem, yes, as a Turkish citizen, she's not Cypriot.
Can she stay there in Cyprus and become a EU citizen?
She can stay. She can stay in Cyprus.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I've misjudged you then. So you are quite reasonable. So you don't have a problem with mainland Turks staying?
I don't have a problem with them staying as Turkish citizens with all the rights as the rest of the Cypriots. But the Turkish Cypriots who will have the Republic of Cyprus citizenship, we know who they are. We already counted them. They are they are registered. They are renewing their passports. We have them registered. We can't allow the settlers to claim the Cypriot citizenship.
Migration. Can I ask you a question? Sorry. A question. How do you feel about my wife getting a Cypriot passport, even though she was born in Istanbul?
She will get it because you haven't been or she hasn't been having any relatives like her father or her brother fighting in the 1974 war. If she does have someone in the family who fought, she
Yeah, but
will
listen,
have
no
a
offense
problem.
no offense to my wife, but does she deserve it more than someone who's from Turkey but born and raised in Cyprus? No offense, Jan, by the way, yeah?
If they came as settlers, they won't
No,
be
they didn't
recognized
come
as
as settlers, bro. They were born in Cyprus to settler parents.
still. I think they won't. They will be Turkish citizens because their
They don't deserve it,
parents.
but Janan does.
Cyprus migration.
Sorry.
Can I ask you a question? Did you know in the UK that if you're in the UK illegally an undocumented migrant, after 20 years you can become legally registered as British? Did you know that?
Yes, it makes sense. If you have no father, no mother, and you're just you dropped there because of the situation in your country, yes, but it needs to be investigated because you could be telling lies, let's say.
Yeah, but if it's proven you've been there illegally for 20 years, so but you don't think someone from in Cyprus who can turn
Sorry, illegally.
illegally.
That's it.
If you're in the UK
That
illegally,
is true.
yeah. And you,
I don't agree with
what
that.
about the settlers? What about the settlers in the south from Athens and Salonik and Russia?
Yes, but listen. The illegal person in the UK didn't cause the division of the UK. The illegal settlers in the north of Cyprus caused, with their active fighting in the war, the division of the island, which is against the constitution, against the 1960 constitution.
What about the Greeks and Greek Cypriots who cause illegal troubles and war? And should we take away their Cypriot citizenship? Like
The Greek citizens, they don't have Cypriot citizenship. The Greek Cypriots were in the island. They didn't drop from the sky like the Turkish soldiers, the Turkish settlers dropped from the sky through the planes, through the boats, actively displacing the people. So the Greek Cypriots were inside the country defending from the Turkish army.
In which year?
In 1974.
You're right that the Greeks didn't come from charity because it's quite dangerous. Makarios invited them through the ports of Limassol in 63 to 67. That's why there were 20,000 illegal soldiers.
After the bombings of Kokina.
Yoko, 1 second. You got a fair question from Theo in the comments, Mark, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
He said if your wife's a settler and they cross, do they do it with a British passport? And could that be why they're asking questions?
What is so inconsistent? She sometimes crosses with her TRNC, Kimlik, sometimes with a British passport. But since Brexit, the racism we've been suffering has doubled because they hate us as Brits and they hate us as Turks. So it's just an awkward situation. But we sometimes, you know what we do, Sof? We go to Kermia with a British passport. They say no. Then we go to Ledras with
crossover. Sorry, follow-up question, Mark. Have you got a Cypriot passport?
No.
Are you entitled to one?
Yes.
Are you planning to get one?
No.
Can I ask why?
What? I don't need one. I've got a British citizenship. I've got Republic of Turkey citizenship. I've got TRNC citizenship. With a combination of those, the Turkey or the British one, it's one of the top passports and I can travel anywhere I want. If I want to live in Cyprus, I could apply for the usual means. If I want to I lived in Netherlands, I could apply for the usual means. People think that since Brexit happens that we've been tied down. I vote Brexit, for example. We haven't been tied down. We can
tied down, just more difficult.
Well, it might be, and that's
more paperwork.
Because when I go to Larnaca, I'm flying there next week. I swear to God, Sof, that I've got a British passport with a Union Jack on it, and I tried to go to the section of other because there's less people. And the very kind Greek Larnaca Airport staff always direct me to the Republic of Cyprus or the EU section. and they basically force me to go there. And it takes longer. So I travel 6 or 7 times a year to Cyprus and 5 or 6 times to Europe. So almost every month. I've honestly not had that many delays in getting in.
No. It's not that. It's not that. It's living, as you said, living in places that makes it more complicated when you're doing paperwork. Like you said, you can go through the normal means and just get yourself a visa, but yeah, it could take some time.
We were doing that before the EU, and there's rules and regulations. I don't have criminal records. I've got sufficient money. If I'm there for, and I'm quite confident I can go and apply and live in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
And so I didn't feel the need to get a Cypriot passport, because I think if I did, people would try and use that against me to say I'm a hypocrite. So I make a point of not getting it, and it doesn't affect my life negatively.
I'm just trying to think, Mark. I mean, I'm not trying to read you, but I'm trying to figure out where you stand on this Cyprus thing. I mean, do you want a solution? Honestly, just between me, you, and the 20 people in here.
I want a solution. I want a 2-state solution, because I don't think the other one's going to work. And what I don't understand, Sok, is, now, again, you're probably one of those people who I respect, and I'm not like that, who believe that we're all Cypriot and there's no Turkish and Greek. I think there's so many polar opposites. You know, I'm not saying about you, but Greeks are Greek Orthodox Christians, we're Muslim, the language is different. Inevitably, there's cultural similarities because we've lived together for 500 years. But and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but, and this is stupid saying to you because you're married to a Turk, but you're the exception. So
exception to the rule.
You're the exception to the rule. And I don't mean it's a derogatory. Cats hang out with cats, dogs hang out with dogs. So I just think when you grew up, I don't know if you've got siblings, but I've got several brothers. Even though we were family, we were blood, there came a time, Sof, when we all wanted to go out and own our own house, our own country, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So there's nothing more natural than a people, and that's the correct terminology, a people wanting their own land. And we as 100,000 Turks in the 60s wanted our own land. The Kurds are the biggest ethnic...
Mark, can I just ask, do you see the Greek Cypriots different to the Turkish Cypriots because of what happened in 74? Or because you think we are completely different people?
I think we're different people. I want to say completely different because I find Greeks and Turks similar to Italians.
What other country in the world would you compare the Turks with? Who's your closest? I had this debate with Jan all the time. Jan and up there, you can say there is no other nation in the world closer than the Greeks and the Turks. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Say that again.
There is no other nations in the world that are as close in heritage, history, than the Greeks and the Turks. Even culture and food
I think
and mannerisms.
I think that's subjective, and I think I'm the closest. When people ask me, I say I'm Turkish. Okay. I don't usually say my parents are both from Cyprus because for me, the defining characteristic of my ethnicity and my heritage is Turkish. Now, I am a London Turk. My sister-in-law is an Australian Turk. My mother-in-law is a Turkey Turk. Your wife is an Istanbul Turk, and so on and so on. So that's how I feel, and I'm not trying to be provocative. That's just how I feel. And on your point about we're so similar, I'm sure your wife's like that, but when I'm in a formal setting, I put on a formal Istanbul accent, and people think I'm from Turkey because it's.
Go on, Jan. Let's see. Go on, Istanbul. Let's test out Mark.
Is that your missus?
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Yes, it's me.
Speak with your Istanbul accent, Jan.
Hanımefendi, iyi geceler.
İyi geceler. Nasılsın Mark?
Çok memnun oldum.
That's not Istanbul. Listen to this geezer escape with his London accent. He's a Londoner. He's even speaking Turkish with a London accent.
I was in Istanbul.
Innovation at Istanbul, bro.
Jan, show us how it's done, Jana.
I was in Istanbul 2 weeks ago to watch the Galatasaray Juventus game, and I'll put it on when I want to. But this is the point. So for me, the defining characteristic is being Turkish. But did you know this? The reason I talked about the accent thing, I piss my cousins off and my relatives off because when I put on the accent, they have a go at me because I'm not going to insult anyone, but it's a bit like the northern accent in the UK where, you know, it's different.
It's common.
It's common. Yeah, thank you.
It's informal.
But
And it's informal.
do you know this?
Do you mean your Turkish Cypriot accent, Mark?
Yeah. Do you know, as a matter of fact, and you can read this in any book, the Turkish Cypriot accent is the closest accent to Ottoman Turkey, and John could probably confirm that.
Yeah, it's true. No, that is true.
Yeah.
I don't know how John would know, but yeah, it's true.
Ottoman Turks used to speak in the dialect of the Turkish Cypriot. So we as Turkish Cypriots are closer in language to Turkey.
Yeah, but that's just grammar. That's just grammatical.
Exactly the same as Greek Cypriots, by the way. The Greek Cypriot dialect is close to ancient Greek.
And I only raised that, Soft, because you said to me, don't you agree? I think you said, I'm not going to misquote you, don't you think that Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots are close? So inevitably...
No, he said the closest.
Closest, okay.
Yeah, which I agree with him. There ain't no one closer than us.
No,
But that doesn't mean we're the same, though.
I can't understand a word they say in Greek, but I can understand everything.
That's why I carefully said, Sublime, as you very well pointed out, I said closest, not exactly the same. Yeah. You catch things, don't you, Sublime?
I've got ADHD. I'm
you
very
catch everything.
thingy.
I've got to be careful around you.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to catch people out. If I was, I'd be worse than I am now.
Yeah.
But people do think that about me. They think I'm like hanging on their every word to catch them out.
I'm the same.
It's that
I'm the same.
Contradictions messes with my ADHD.
I don't try to catch people out, but I hear everything as well. I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's too obvious to me. It stands out like a sore thumb.
Stop answering your question.
Like, for example, bringing it back to Mark. How are you voting Brexit, Mark? Tell us that.
I'm not going to get into that, man.
You're calling Cyprus migration a racist. You're saying it's an ethno-nat. Then you're voting Brexit. How did it? Make it make sense.
You're more intelligent than to accuse people being racist for voting Brexit. Do you know how many of my Pakistani, Nigerian, Indian, Bengali, Ghanaian friends voted for Brexit?
Yeah, that's called Stockholm syndrome, where you think you're English but you're not.
Anyway, back to the topic. I'm not being disrespectful, but I don't want to get into that because people kill each other over Brexit. Sof, your answer to your question, where do I stand on the solution issue? What I don't understand, Sof, is, and you know the English proverb, why do you keep doing the same thing and expecting different results? Now,
I think that was Albert Einstein.
Yeah, well, you know more than me. What I don't understand is, we're so desperate for a solution that why are we pushing for something, in my humble opinion, which is unworkable, just for the sake of it?
But can I have a question for you, Mark, Escape, Sublime, Caucasian, aka Caucasian? If this is the North Cyprus situation is not occupation but intervention, how can North be recognized legally?
It can't be.
Why?
And it won't be. Because how are you taking land away from EU? You're taking land from Europe. Are you joking? You think they're going to give you 1 inch of land?
He was in EU before.
I'd hate to admit this, Caucasian. 5 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but seeing what's happening now in the world and international law being a piece of toilet paper to most countries, I think it's possible, man.
Sorry, is it Janan?
Evet, Janan.
Yeah, sorry, I call my wife Jan for short as well. So, I had an argument or a debate with a Greek cousin, not literally a cousin, but a friend, or on one of the lives. And, you know, he was a lawyer as well. And he said to me, there's no legal mechanism for North Cyprus being recognized. And if you Google...
There isn't.
There is. If you Google new countries in the last 20 years, you're going to see about 15 new countries created. What it takes is, if Cyprus said tomorrow, all right, we want to TRNC recognized as a separate country, and they went to the UN and the UN accepted it, then on Sunday, TRNC would be a country, just like Bosnia became a country and Kosovo, and there's loads of...
How can you convince UN to accept?
That's a separate matter. Your question was, is it possible?
If it's not the UN we're trying to
It
convince,
is.
you're saying that if the Republic of Cyprus were to accept the TRNC as a separate entity, then of course, yeah.
It is possible.
But what leverage do you have
is
over
possible.
the Republic of Cyprus to
saying Cyprus.
force that?
I'm not saying Cyprus. I just said that as an example. If Trump comes in tomorrow and breaks down the door into Cyprus and says, "You guys will recognize the TRNC," and everyone shits themselves, and it's recognized. Trump moved the Jewish, the American embassy from whichever you guys know, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, whatever, in one day, and that wasn't accepted by the whole of Europe. So what I'm saying is, it's possible. It's not going to happen now.
It's possible.
It's possible. If everyone accepts it, it's possible.
It's possible.
Why? You've
And also,
got Czechoslovakia split into the Republic of Czechia and the Republic of Slovakia. How did that happen? The Soviet
in a non-voting, the TRNC had a constitution that was in alignment with the European Union articles, ready in case of the Annan plan was voted for. So they already know what they will do in order to get it recognized.
Migration, can I ask you a funny question? Do you do research and come back up again?
Me?
No, migration.
Sorry.
Do you do your research and come back up again? Is that what you're doing? You always come back with facts, man.
No.
Like,
No.
Where are you getting these facts?
He nips into his studies to check his little book.
No, it's not facts. Ray. It's there. You think it's facts or you think it's factual?
You make it sound like
it's. No, it is, right? It's true. Right? They read like it's historical happenings. The TRNC already had a constitution aligned with the EU law in case of the Annan plan was voted for. So they already know that the TRNC can be recognized under whatever the solution will be. No problem. As long as everyone accepts and agrees on the basis, which those are the basis of the solution and how some things will be governed and solved within the community, within the government.
So what's the legal loophole then?
Can I cut to the chase and say this, guys? My view is, from all my experience in 50 years and looking into the Cyprus problem extensively in the last 3 years and speaking to Greeks, speaking to Turks, there is nothing that the Turkish Cypriots can do that would make the Greek Cypriots accept equal political union, is my view. So there is nothing we can do, I repeat, there is nothing we can do that would make the majority.
What does equal look like, Mark? Because I think I pretty much ask every Turkish Cypriots, what does it mean? Are you talking about 50-50 representation? Are you talking about rotating presidency? What is it?
August 1960 constitution was an equal partnership. I like to call it a marriage. When you get married, it's 50-50 from the start. That was it. So what I'm saying to you is, if it's tried and failed, this is what I don't understand. Why do you want to force something that has failed? When we were living together for 400 years, it failed. Now we've been living apart for 60 years. So it's a bit like, I've got problems with my wife of 23 years. We separate for 20 years and then we expect after 20 years to get back on it to work. Well, we're together for 23 years and it's not working. So how is a prolonged...
You have not been together. You were having your parents telling you what to do. And our parents is Greece and Turkey. Right? You need to understand that.
Cyprus migration, one thing I despise when I speak to Greeks, and it's CIA, Kissinger, Turkey, TMT. We have to take responsibility for our actions. And I can list you so many, but I'm just too tired to do it. So let me ask you.
We have cut the umbilical cord to Greece. You haven't cut the umbilical cord to Turkey still.
We can't cut the umbilical cord because that's what's keeping us alive. What, you want us to die?
Under European law, after we joined the European Union in 2004, you are threatened by who? You are safe by the European law. You think there is junta in 2026 or in 2004 there was junta in Greece? I mean, After 2004, Turkey inside Cyprus is not justified because you cannot say, we don't trust the Greeks, they will do this and that. But we have European law. It's the most civil war, the most soft war ever.
Hold on.
Soft law, sorry. Most soft law ever.
Cyprus migration. I've been asked this question many times before. I'm not a big risk taker. Some investments I take risks. Some things in my life I take risks. The one thing I don't take risks with is the lives and well-being of my family, my friends, my community. There's a Turkish proverb that says, "Sütten yanan yoğurdu üfleyerek yer." So if you're burnt by the milk, you're cautious when eating yogurt. It's a stupid saying.
Sorry, I had to jump on. Sorry. Mark, you said yourself you take your children to the south for schooling.
Do you know how many times I've been asked this question?
You take like seriously. If you thought that it wasn't safe, you wouldn't have taken them. Come on.
You're so. I don't want to insult you because I don't know you. You're so unaware of the circumstances. When I cross Ledras, and my children's school is American Academy, I walk there in 1 kilometer. Behind me, next to those flags, there's 40,000 Turkish troops, and I'm British. My security are those troops. If they weren't there, I might think differently. And to answer Cyprus's question, I've been asked this question many times. And I know your answer is going to be European Union. But let me tell you this. We live in a world where we've been watching Ukraine being massacred.
Sorry, I dropped off by mistake. You said 40,000 troops are there, but at the same time, as soon as you cross that point, you don't have that 40,000 troops in front of you. It's behind you.
Yes, I do. I feel that. I feel that. You're telling me how I feel. So you can.
You feel that, but it's not the case. You can feel whatever you want, but it's not the case.
Let me ask differently, Mark. Touch wood, nothing ever happens.
You're
Mark,
telling me what my feelings are. Is that right?
You can feel whatever you want, Mark. It's fine. You can feel whatever you want.
Hold on. Let me bring it back to logic rather than emotion, guys. If touch wood, touch wood, nothing ever does happen. But Mark, do you think that if there was a small isolated incident like racism or a personal attack, that the army would get involved, or would that be a police problem?
It depends on what happens. I think there's a small. I'm being realistic here. Something kicking off and being widespread violence or clashes. I think it's minimal. But as I was saying earlier before I was interrupted, I might take investment risks, but I don't take risk even 1% with my family's safety.
But you are taking the risk. You're taking the risk by just crossing the south, for example. You're taking the risk.
Yeah, going to the south.
Can I just come in for a second, Mark? So I've been listening patiently.
I'll let you finish. I haven't finished yet because I wanted to make answers.
Yeah, but I've got things to do, man. We everyone has to have a chance.
Go on.
Yeah. You're basing. I'm assuming your claim is that the Turkish troops need to be there because there is a safety concern on the island, and you feel unsafe.
Exactly.
Okay, but even if the Turkish troops were to leave tomorrow, TRNC is still not recognised, and the Greek Cypriots will still not recognise or trade with our state.
Yep.
So I think the elephant in the room for us as Turkish Cypriots is to try and obtain equal rights. Is to try and manipulate or to try and change the law so that it protects our identity for hundreds of years, for thousands of years to come. You know, it's not a military issue; it's an identity issue. We want people to respect that we exist, and we want it safeguarded as part of law. Does that make sense?
200,000 Turkish Cypriots have a Republic of Cyprus European passport. You have all the recognition and sovereignty, whatever you call it. You
If
already
you
have
allow,
it.
if you allow me 5
And
minutes,
safety, European safety, all you have it. You are citizens of the Republic of Cyprus, yet not one Greek Cypriot has a TRNC Kimli card. Not
let,
one.
like, I've been asked a question, but I'm not being allowed to answer it. And allow me this, and I'll give examples. Okay. When Turkey came in 1974, Cyprus will tell us that terrible things happened, rapes, murders, and so on. Yeah, correct. Displacement, terrible things. Cyprus. Yeah, yeah, correct. Hello.
Yeah.
Did you know on the island there was about 20,000 British troops? Did you know there were tens of thousands of UN troops? And what the UN did after the junta invasion on the 15th of July, they made an announcement. The UN, which was equivalent to the EU, said, we invite all parties to respect the sovereign position of Cyprus and refrain from violence, full stop. Turkey came in, and Turkey started their operation, and people started killing, and there was a war. Do you know what the UN did? They made an announcement saying, we invite everyone to respect the sovereign position of Cyprus and refrain from violence. Please let me finish this. In 1967, when my mum was 21 years old, and Grivas and 3,000 uniformed soldiers murdered 24 people in her village, and she witnessed an 82-year-old man being burnt alive, I have a book here on my bookshelf from an English officer who was a UN captain. It's called The Impartial Soldier, and he wrote this in the 70s. He took a UN contingent of soldiers, and he's written this book, which is an eyewitness event of the massacre in my mum's village. And you know what he said? There were so many Greek soldiers with heavy artillery. I'm ashamed of myself as a soldier. All we could do was watch. Okay? I've given you 3 examples from Cyprus. We're watching Palestinians being massacred every day. We're watching Ukrainians being killed. We watch the Tutsis and Hutus. So I'm sorry, Cyprus. We're living in modern times. We watched the... Do you know what happened in Srebrenica? There was a contingent of Dutch armed UN soldiers, and they were found guilty, the Dutch soldiers, of allowing partially Kosovo Muslims to be murdered. So the point I'm making to you, I trust in God and I trust in those soldiers. Not the EU, not NATO, not UN. Because after my mum's village was massacred and she left to London never to return, do you know what the UN did? They made an announcement saying, we invite people to respect the sovereign nature of Cyprus and to refrain from violence. And my mum said, as her villagers said, the Greeks, after about 12 hours, dropped everything and started sprinting from her village. And do you know why? Because Turkey sent over planes to come. So the UN, NATO, British, EU made shit of a difference. The only thing that scared those soldiers away were the Turkish aeroplanes. Now, you might think I'm irrational, and I've said to you, I think there's a small likelihood of it happening. But I'm not comfortable to take the risk. I'm sorry. Because I believe in tried and tested. People went missing, people got killed, people got displaced. And in '74, after Turkey finished their operation, my mum used to say to me, my grandfather used to barter. He used to go from Corfino in Larnaca overnight to Lefkosia and sell goods. And she used to say, I used to hug him thinking he might never return. And now she comes back to Cyprus, he doesn't experience that. Now you might think I'm being emotional, but when you're burned, when you've experienced it, you want the security. And I'll tell you one more thing.
Mark.
I'd like to cut in, please. Mark, you've been talking for about an hour. You've been talking about
Let me finish this. I promise it's going to be quick. I met a young Cypriot last year. I met a young Greek Cypriot. Do you know what he said to me? He goes, if you knew the extent of the extremism of a lot of Greek Cypriots, you wouldn't want unification. That's what he told me.
Mark, you've been talking for about an hour and a half about your story, about your stories, which I understand and I respect. And this is what happens in these lives, you know. Sof puts up something for the future and everybody's ending up talking about the past. If I were to go to the past, and my vision for Cyprus is a united one in a shared governance with my Turkish Cypriot friends as an Armenian Cypriot, if I was to go to my family's past, your family's stories would be trivial, so little.
There's no stories trivial.
Oh, please, let me finish. Let me finish. I just started talking.
You're calling his story trivial?
So inconspicuously, so small and insignificant in front of the horrors that my family and my community in Cyprus, not only 100 years ago in Turkey, in Ottoman times, but here in Cyprus in 1963, when 90% of the Armenian community was thrown out by terrorist TMT soldiers out of their neighborhood.
Yeah, because you were spying.
We said that again. You don't have a single proof about that. We were not involved. We were not involved. You know what? You don't have a single proof for that, and I would like you to finish.
Simon, with all due respect, I don't think it's the right thing to call.
I've been listening to Mark for 1.5 hours. He's been telling us stories which I'm certain they are true. I'm certain of them.
It's trivial.
It is. I'm saying it is much too small in front of the horrors. Let me finish. For God's sake, don't do it. Don't. When somebody's talking, just be quiet. I've honored his story and his narrative for 1.5 hours, and there's me talking for 1 minute and you're jumping. Don't do it. Okay. So nobody can come and compare the horrors that my family and my community and my nation has suffered. But I've never brought that as an example to justify the prospects of a non-solution in Cyprus. I believe that Cyprus belongs to the Turkish Cypriots, the Armenian Cypriots, the Greek Cypriots, and I still believe, and we are going to have the racist people who are going to, and peace will be tested, I believe that. But if we leave the future of Cyprus to Mark and people who think like him, then we will never have the chance to try to be united. Mark wants everything to be perfect from day one with every single person in the Cyprus Republic. It's not going to happen. That's not how things work. That's not how marriages work. You brought an example from a marriage. I'll bring an example from a marriage. When you get married, you don't know how the journey is going to end and progress, but you still jump into it. And this is what we should do. And I don't want anybody to come here and say that what happened to my community in 1963 when they were thrown out of their neighborhood was because I want proofs of that. And if there is a proof, even if there is somebody who spied on behalf of the Greek Cypriots, it doesn't justify terrorizing an entire community and throwing them out of their neighborhood. That's all I have to say. And I look forward to hearing what everybody has to say on the panel. Thank you.
Well, let me just come in quickly on this, Simon. First and foremost, I think you probably, with all due respect, I've spoken to you a number of times. You probably used the wrong word when you called some of Mark's trauma as trivial. I understand you are comparing it to...
I'm talking about the magnitude of it.
Yeah.
I meant no disrespect.
I understand. You do understand that as a Turk, I don't recognise the Armenian genocide too.
The magnitude and the ratio is, you can't put it on a scale.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. And as I said, I've spoken to you a number of times, and I'm sure you didn't mean any harm by it. What I will say, just for the panel, right, and I know Mark was talking about the Turkish military and feeling unsafe and a need for a two-state solution. I mean, the term solution is the issue, okay? A solution can only come about if both sides agree to a solution. They make an agreement. And we know that neither the Greek Cypriots or the Turkish Cypriots have been able to come up with an agreement thus far. My view as a Turkish Cypriot, first and foremost, is a little bit more primitive. I've said this before on the lives. I want my identity to, number one, be recognised, and number two, be respected, and number three, be protected. So recognised, respected, and protected. So when someone refers to the Turkish Cypriot flag, whether it be hanging off a building or painted on a mountain, it shouldn't be interpreted as a negative. It shouldn't be interpreted as anti-Cyprus. It should be viewed as another, part of Cyprus, a founding partner in Cyprus. Just as the Scottish have their own flags in the UK and the Welsh have their own flags, the Turkish Cypriots deserve to have their own identity. And, so for me, any deal that's done needs to secure that right. And that's why it really annoys me when we try to deny our ethnicity and our heritage, and we say, you're not Turkish, you're Cypriot. You're not Greek, you're Cypriot. Please be proud of your Greek identity, your Greek heritage. Be proud of your Armenian identity and your heritage. Be proud to be Turkish. We all can also be proud to be Cypriot as long as there's equality on the island. That's what I have to say tonight.
Sorry, Escape. When you just say that, people shouldn't be offended by that flag. But look, when Greek Cypriots look at that flag, it's basically the opposite colours of the Turkish flag. So they just identify it with the invasion of Cyprus, or like the war, which obviously brought harm to both sides,
Fuck Turkey, Biji Kurdistan, fuck Turkey, Rochpochuchu. Fuck Turkish people.
Big Baba, we've been waiting for you.
I'm saying F Turkey, but he's talking in Turkish. Lovely. Thank you, mate.
Well, I've been waiting for Big Baba all night.
When you're saying that people should, Greek Cypriots should interpret it as sort of unity or like something like that, it's hard to make people think like Greek Cypriots think that, because, as I said, they just like the flag is the opposite colours of the Turkish flag, and they identify it with activity which occurred on the island.
But Christo, these people exist. The Turkish Cypriots exist. We can't just brush them aside and try to water down who they are and what their identity is.
Migration, I just want to read your picture, so I'm only going to swap you for 1 second. So I want to read what you wrote there. Turkish occupied. I don't get it, man.
Can I answer you?
Yes.
First
You should put it in landscape, but then it says there is no Turkish side of Cyprus, but Turkish occupied side of Cyprus. I want to say something. Didn't Turkey apply in 2005 to join the EU? Are you people missing this part, or am I the only one who knows that in 2005 the negotiations opened for Turkey to join the EU?
Because Cyprus 1960s, not 75. They've been trying.
Yes, they applied. They applied, but the negotiations didn't started until 2005.
You know,
2005.
That Turkey is never going to allow to join in. EU is Christian club, so come on.
Bravo.
Don't gaslight
Yes,
us.
but doesn't so Turkey doesn't feel threatened by any EU following country, legislation following country like Cyprus. So maybe the Turkish Cypriots are protected by the EU and Turkey recognizes that they are safe through a European country.
Never been honest.
Look, can I just say something? The people who think that Europe will protect the Turkish Cypriots are very naive. Put it this way. They had guarantor forces on the island, and the Greek Cypriots, I'm not saying the people, the government and the military, since 63 up until 74, had facilitated the harm of the Turkish Cypriots and obviously led them to run to the enclaves. The guarantor forces did not step in until yes, there were skirmishes in the 60s and bombings from Turkey, but ultimately, Turkey, the guarantor, had to restore the constitution. So no one's going to come and help anyone, especially from Europe. It's all an illusion.
Can I come in?
No one's responded to my examples of Srebrenica and my mum's village, where sorry, Simon, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for your suffering, and I don't take any offense to you saying that my family's suffering is less, because if you are listening, what I said was, I said an old Turkish proverb, the fire burns the spot that it falls on. When my cat died, I cried for days. If you lose your land or your family, or you're bullied or you're abused, it's awful. So everyone's experience is different, and like every war since the beginning of time, I'm not a military expert. Would anyone dispute what I say now? Every war since the beginning of time has suffered rape, famine, displacement, killing of innocents, suffering. Every single war.
I don't want to belittle the suffering.
No, I'm saying
of your family. I don't want to. I don't belittle the suffering of your family, which I respect. It's part of our history. But
with all the respect, Simon, that's what you did.
But no,
I don't want to belittle it. I just put it on a ratio.
I'm sorry, it might be fine to you, Mark Abe, but sorry to say.
Let me just finish what I have to say.
Go on, because I'm coming in after.
Sure. I don't want to belittle. I just wanted to. I just wanted to say that people who have suffered much more are here and saying that we should put this behind us and stop telling stories of what happened 50 and 100 years ago. And move
in 1963, they made a failed coup. That's why they were running into the enclaves, because they make a big mistake. After that, Turkey came to help them to complete the Nihaderim plan of 1957 that they give to Menderes, and they applied the plan.
Cyprus, that's not correct. That's not correct, because I'll tell you why. Matarios.
This is for you, my friend. This is for you.
No, but listen, Cyprus. In 1963, the president of the so-called republic, what he'd done, he changed the constitution.
Come closer to the mic.
He didn't.
Closer to the mic.
He suggested
he did.
amendments. He changed the constitution.
One second.
He suggested amendments, and the Turkish Cypriot, instead of coming to the table, he was a president. The president is okay to suggest some amendments.
Cyprus, can I just say something without you interrupting?
Yes, you said he forced.
Can I finish a sentence before you interrupt me, please? Can I finish a sentence?
You are wrong, Ray. You are wrong.
But can I finish a sentence before you tell me what's right and wrong?
Cyprus is factually wrong, and I'm repeatedly wrong.
Well, what he did was he amended, I stand corrected, the constitution without the consultation of the co-founder of the republic, which led to them out of the government, and that was a violation.
He asked them to you are crazy. He asked them to come to the table. He sent to Fazil Kuchuk an invitation, and Fazil Kuchuk took the TMT and started the coup.
Making it up as you go along Cyprus migration, isn't it?
Cyprus, that's not true. To be fair, that's not true.
Google it. Don't be stupid. You are exposing yourself. He
So
suggested
bring me in whenever, bro, because
He didn't suggest
You gotta
Cyprus,
jump in,
he
Shaheen. I
implemented
can't
it.
manage these Cypriots.
if I jump in, it's gonna
Too
get
many
it's gonna
crazy
get,
Cypriots.
it's gonna get nasty, bro. So just bring me in when you get a chance.
Cyprus, are you there, Cyprus?
Well, guys, let's hear from Shaheen because he's been waiting patiently.
Sorry, let me answer Cyprus because this is important because it's going to prove he's wrong. I'm going to quote to you from two professors to say that.
Άντε πάλε με τους προφέσορες. Άντε ρε κουμπάριδες.
You ready? Please. This is really important because it's going to blow what Cyprus says. He said that the president has powers to propose changes to the constitution, and he said the Turks didn't listen. This is from Greek Cypriot Professor Marilena Varnava in an article in 2024. Please listen carefully because it proves that what Cyprus is saying is a misrepresentation. Please bear with me, it's important.
Mark, can you speak a bit louder or come closer? Is it just me who's having problems?
On November, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit faint.
Please listen to it carefully because I know Simon said we should. This is the genesis of the problem. This is the whole issue why the constitution fell, why the everything happened thereafter, why Turkey came. Makarios, I'm not quoting yet. I'm telling you historical fact. Enosis, does anyone know when Enosis was first mentioned? It was in 1821 by the first president of Greece. So that's when Enosis started. When the Greeks started the ELKA campaign against the British said to them, there's a sizable Turkish population on the island of 400 years. If you want enosis, then there has to be double enosis, which means partition. Makarios was a lifelong enosis supporter. He then said, he lied and said, okay, I don't want enosis, I want independence, I want the republic. And his intention, and this is documented with hundreds of books, his intention was to get the British out, then ruin the constitution, like Cyprus says, and do enosis. Now, I'm quoting to you from Greek Cypriot Professor Marilena Varnava. On 30 November 1963, Makarios proposed 13 amendments to the constitution that were aimed at removing or reducing the Turkish Cypriot protections. The proposal was never intended to succeed. Its political utility lay in the pretext for more extreme action that it created. On 3rd
You
of
read the 13 amendments one by one, and you tell me which one bothers the Turkish Cypriots. Read the amendments one by one.
Because you're lying. On the 3rd of December, listen, on the 3rd of December 63, Akritas, you don't mention that, Akritas conducted a false flag operation in Nicosia, blowing up the statue of ELKA hero Markos Drakos. 3 days later, the Turkish Council of Ministers in Ankara rejected the proposed constitutional changes. On the same day, the Greek Chief of Staff advised the Greek Defense Minister that it was time for Greece to support Makarios' proposals by providing resources to the Akritas organization. I can educate you, Cyprus, on what that is.
Your story doesn't make sense.
Listen.
Your story doesn't make even sense.
You don't want to let me finish this because you're not going to like it.
But Mark, wait, once you finish, Mike, can you go through maybe a few of the amendments so we can sort of understand what they are?
Absolutely. Thereby supporting Greek Cypriot forces against Turkish Cypriots. Meanwhile, and this is where Cyprus said that the Turks didn't want to listen. Meanwhile, the Turkish Cypriot Vice President, Fazıl Küçük, promised to study and reply to the proposed constitutional changes early in the new year. So Fazıl Küçük was Makarios' counterpart, and he said, Mr. President, I will get back to you in January. I continue to quote, Minister of Interior, Georgiadis, acted preemptively because he did not want to wait for the Turkish Cypriots to establish their defensive capability. On 21 December 1963, one of his paramilitary cells initiated a conflict. It stopped a Turkish Cypriot couple on their way home after a night out in Nicosia.
and demanded documentation, which the couple refused. When a Turkish Cypriot crowd surrounded the patrol, fired, and the couple were killed instantly.
Ray,
Now listen to this.
you are talking about the amendments, and now you're talking
Listen.
about an isolated
No,
event. This
no,
is an
no,
isolated
no, no,
event.
no.
What do the
No,
amendments
this
have
is
to
the
do with the
problem.
isolated events, Ray?
I'm finishing.
Rebele, you don't make sense. You make zero sense. Right
Listen
now.
to this. You're not going to like it, Cyprus. Shooting spread throughout the capital. Shooting spread throughout the capital after the funerals the following night. At Kritas, members had cut telephone and telegraph lines to the Turkish Cypriot areas and closed Nicosia International Airport. Nikos Samson led his gang, and this is a Greek Cypriot professor writing this. Nikos Samson led his gang in a foray into the primarily Turkish Cypriot suburb of Omorfitor. That's where my house is, guys, and Küçük came up there. Nikos Samson led his gang into Omorfitor, indiscriminately killing Turkish Cypriots, including women and children, and taking hundreds of hostages. An American source puts the figure of casualties at 787.
Ray,
17 dead. 25
make me one favor, Ray. Write in the comments who writes this. Write in the comments write in the comments the sources, Ray. Make me one favor. Write in the comments the sources, Ray.
I'm finishing. 25 Greek Cypriots circled Nicosia's Turkish Cypriot quarter, which also included Armenian Cypriots, cutting off electricity. So what you've said is a lie. Now, this is the second
Ray,
professor, James Legg.
so you make no sense. Write in the comments your sources, Ray.
Given the deep division,
You are lying, Ray.
So
Give
can
us
we
in the comments, Ray.
Given the deep
Write in the
Cyprus, one
comments, Ray, the
second.
name, Ray.
Theodore, he doesn't want to hear it.
So 1 second, guys. No, I do. You made and I appreciate your points. And look, it is true what you're saying. It is very accurate what you're saying. But can you give us
It's accurate.
But
Write
one
us the
second,
source, Ray. Who
second.
writes these things, Ray?
He'll put
Is
it
the
in the
Greek,
comments. Relax.
Cyprus,
relax.
you said that the Turkish people didn't want to listen to the proposals, but Dr. Fazıl Küçük said, I'll get back to you in January. How do you feel now?
Yes, until then he made the coup, Ray. You stupid.
So
He made the coup until then.
How
one second. Can we
do you
go
feel
through
about-
the
how do you
amendments,
feel about
please?
Samson? How do you feel about Samson killing women and children in Omorfitor, Cyprus? How do you feel
How
about
do you the same way Dekhtash did, Ray? The same way Dekhtash and his gang did, Ray. Same way TMT did it.
Are we just point scoring here? Is that what we're going to do? Just try and score points against
Yes.
others?
Can I have the sources of what you are saying?
Oh,
Remark.
my facts are correct.
In
Your
order
facts
to
are correct.
believe you, Ray, I need
Shut
the
up, mate.
sources.
You chat so much racism, yeah. Cyprus.
I need the
You
source.
chat so much shit. That's the only reason you're up here. Because you chat so much
Racism is
It's important to get the facts right.
asking for the sources is racism. Asking for the sources is racism. Ray, you are crazy. Ray. Wake up, Ray.
So you don't want me to read
Right
you
in the
professor now, huh? You don't want to...
We're not going to learn anything
his
from
name, Ray.
are we?
His
What we're gonna-
name, Ray. Write it in the comments.
The
His
first
name.
one is Professor Varnava, Greek Cypriot. The second one is Professor James Is. I could give you 10 if you want. They all blame Makarios.
Write it. The full name, Ray, of Varnava. His full name. Write it in the comments.
Marilena Varnava. And I can send you his book as well.
So she's a lady, Ray. She's a lady.
It's a male. He's called he's Greek Cypriot. He's in Australia.
Marilena is a lady.
I know it's a lady.
Very bad.
I know it's a lady. So I've just read you a lie, have I? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I will check it. Ray. I need to check this. Ray.
Haven't you woken up to the fact?
Do you want me to read you Professor James Lurtley Kinsey's?
No, you wasted your time.
Actually, Mark, if you can do us a favor and go through quickly the amendments. So that's the most important thing. I mean, look, it is true. Both communities were at each other's throat, decades before the 60s. But we just want to see, just curious to see what were the amendments.
Well, there were 13 amendments. Only about 5 or 6 of them were fatal to the Turkish Cypriots. And as Professor Marinana said, it was to remove or reduce the protections. The most significant one was the municipality issue. Now, as during the negotiations, the Turkish Cypriots feared losing their identity and being overrun by the Greeks because they were outnumbered 4.5 Greeks to 1. So they agreed in the constitution.
Mark.
I've been asked to explain the amendments, and I'm explaining
You're
them.
not going to explain 13 Amendment here. You haven't got the time.
I'm not. I'm explaining.
No, listen, 13 Amendment.
It's
He's explaining the
Don't,
most
Mark,
fundamental
Mark,
ones,
don't.
though.
most important.
Don't, Mark, don't, because
Basically,
the truth
13
will
Amendment.
be
13
shoved. Yeah, no,
Amendments.
don't.
No, guys,
English.
Mark's not going to go through all 13. He's just talking about the significant ones that would impact the Turkish Cypriots.
There is no significant ones. There was 13 amendments, and the aim of it was to eliminate veto rights held by Turkish Cypriots. As simple as that. Right?
Well, that's pretty significant to take away your right of veto, isn't it? If you're a
they eliminate our veto rights. That's what they were trying to do. That's what they're trying to do today.
Correct.
Okay. If you don't want me to explain any of them, I was going to explain one, but if you don't want to hear it, but the point is,
No, guys, look, give Mark the opportunity just for at least a couple of them, the most important
by
ones.
the president and the vice president. The veto would be abolished from himself. Makarios was going to abolish the veto for himself and for Fashi Kulchuk
But they've
in
got
order
the
to
majority,
make
so
the government operational.
Greek Cypriots. But hang on, Cyprus, 1 second, mate.
They had their own Taiburia, ministries. Turkish Cyprus had their own
can I
ministries.
just tell you something, Cyprus? If they put a bill in the parliament and the Greek Cypriots lose their veto right, essentially because of the majority, it would go through. So the only people that would be impacted are the Turkish Cypriots. Why would they forgo the veto, which is in the constitution, which is a protection for the people? Why would they let that go?
Yeah, that's because
the president would drop his veto as well.
But he's got a majority, Cyprus. He forms a majority in his community.
Yeah, the reason
they had their own,
because you were majority. You didn't have a veto.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the only reason why he would drop it, because he's confident because of his majority.
Yes, the word doesn't work with the majority ruling in the end of the world.
But Cyprus,
doesn't
whether you
make
agree or
logic,
not, Cyprus, can I just say something? I don't think that if you can't have a constitution like that nowadays, it is discriminatory in nature. But you cannot sign 1959 agreement, right, the Zurich Agreement, and then agree to all the terms, Britain, Greece, and Turkey, and then 3 years later decide that you think the Greek Cypriots think that it's unfair. It doesn't work like that. You signed an agreement.
He suggested, he didn't force it. He suggested, he didn't force it. They didn't even came to the table to speak. Imagine, they started doing the coup, 1963 coup by the Turkish Cypriots. So what can you say? It's their fault.
So
guys, I just think we're getting a little bit monotone right now. I think we need to mix it up. Let's bring Shahin in because he had some really good points he wanted to raise. Shahin, do you want to quickly come in?
Call out people when they're lying. This is the last one, and I promise I'll leave.
But Mark, come on, because we're about to lose the live here because a lot of people are getting a little bit. Shahin, just come in. Let's just mix it up, Mark, and then we can come back into it. Let's mix it up a bit.
Let Mark Abbey finish what he's saying, and I'll cover.
Yeah, so Cyprus is left because he said it was a proposal and he didn't force it. I read you, Professor Maulana, saying that the amendments were going to remove or reduce the rights. This is Professor Kurlenzi. During the first visit to Ankara in November 1962, the Turkish government had explicitly warned Makarios that any attempt to alter the constitution will be treated with utmost seriousness. Makarios then approached the Greek government in Greece. It too advised against meddling with the constitution. In a secret letter sent to Makarios in April 1963, Greek Foreign Minister Evangelos Avramoftositas emphasized that any attempt to alter the 1960 agreements could lead to a breakdown in relations between the Greeks and Turkish Cypriots and a much wider conflict between Greece and Turkey. Undeterred by these words of caution, the Archbishop moved forward with his plans to amend the constitution. That's Professor. These aren't my words. One English professor, one Greek. I can list you Germans, French, scholars, diplomats. Makarios, and some Greek academics say openly, his intention was to end the constitution and the Treaty of Guarantee, and that ties in with the actions of Bloody Noel and the Aquitas plan.
It's not in dispute, it's factual. And that's why Cyprus is left just like Georgia's left. I'm not making this up. I bought these books, I can send you the ISBN numbers. That's what happened. You can't take away people's rights. And I will leave it to Shaheen. Let me quote you one more thing. Tassos Papadopoulos, the ex-president of Cyprus, was interviewed by English TV, and it's on YouTube in 1976. This is very important because people like Cyprus will have you believe that the Turks were at fault. The interviewer asked Tassos Papadopoulos, do you accept that the Greeks treated the Turkish Cypriots as, and I quote, second-class citizens? And right-wing Tassos Papadopoulos said, yes, we did, we made mistakes. Now, like the word enosis, it's important to understand what second-class citizens mean. Treat people as second-class citizens in international law is a breach of human rights and a racist breach of human rights. So if all this was started by Denktash or TMT, why is Papadopoulos accepting that the Turks were treated as second-class citizens? Greek historian P. Venesis, in his book, said the Turkish enclaves were, and I quote, just like concentration camps. I can go on all night, but I'm going to shut up now because I know I've talked too much. And Shaheen, you can take it over.
Let Shaheen speak. We haven't heard from him.
No, like what I'm about to say has got nothing to do with what you lot are talking about for the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes actually. I wanted to go back to something Simon said. Whether Mark Arby took offense to it is absolutely irrelevant to me, because you saying what you said by extension goes to what every other Turkish Cypriot family went through. Now, ever since you've been on these lives, Simon, I've never disrespected you ever. Okay? Being that you're much older than me, and I feel like for the most part you are respectful towards me and every other person that comes onto these panels. But what you said earlier, I'm sorry, is like it's a disgrace.
He said sorry, Shaheen.
I'm not talking to you.
I don't give a fuck, mate. He said sorry. Move on, mate. Move on. Don't be bitter. Half of you in here are fucking bitter out of your fucking mind.
No, that's
Christo, who are you, man? Shut your mouth.
Oh, you shut your mouth, Who the fuck are you, mate?
I'm your dad. Shut up.
You chat
I'm your
so much
dad.
fucking shit
I'm
all
your
the time
dad.
as well, mate.
Don't have your
You chat more shit than you
one second.
you chat more shit that comes out your fucking arse, mate.
Go on mute, you little prick.
Go fuck yourself, you dildo fucker. Who the fuck are you?
No,
You and your mate Ali the other day,
have your
ganging up with him, yeah? You and Ali. Oh, your mate Ali was chatting so much fucking shit, mate.
Because I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. So go on.
Finish, mate. You said sorry,
Have your little tantrum. Go on.
It's not a tantrum. I just speak the truth, mate. Half of you are bitter as fuck in here.
Are you done now? Okay, thank you. So what you said, Simon, for me is disgraceful, because nobody would dare to come and minimize, whether you intended that or not. Those are the words that come out of your mouth, okay? Nobody, unless, at least in my experience, has ever belittled what your family went through or what any other family went through in Cyprus. So for you to say things like, if I was to compare, and I'm quoting you word for word, if I was to compare what our people went through in Cyprus and in Turkey against what you went through seems trivial and insignificant. I mean, I don't even believe those words can come out of your mouth. Whether that was intended or not, and whether Mark Arby took offense to that or not, that's not how the overwhelming majority of the other people or other Turkish Cypriots in these lives, how they took it. And I think I can speak for the majority if I say that we were very deeply disrespected by the words that you said. Can you appreciate that?
First of all, I want to, I think you all know that this is not what I meant. I was merely drawing up analysis of the difference of the horrors and how I took those horrors of the past and put them aside for a better future for the children and the grandchildren of Cyprus. And you all know my views about the future. You also know my views that most of these lives, I'm not saying that we shouldn't go back into history. We should, occasionally. But I think we should concentrate more on how we can make things happen. We are civilized people, okay, and we should be able to work our way out of this impasse, or else you talked about how the world has changed, and when you were talking about the laws that govern us, that have been dumped in the current state of affairs, where just people take their guns and go out and kill people and start invasions without the okay of Congress and what have you. I think we should overcome this and make a strong stand about the future.
I mean, I agree with you to some point.
The only reason I definitely did not want to belittle, because more than that, I could identify with the stories that Mark was saying. More than anyone, because I've heard plenty in my lifetime. But I have never come on these lives to be hateful towards my Turkish Cypriot compatriots. I have never said that I want a two-state solution and I want to live separately for them.
I agree, Simon. That's why I was surprised by what you said to me.
It probably came out, well, you know my views, so all I was saying is that you can be bitter about the past, but you should put it away. And since people like us, like the Armenian Cypriots, put it to one side and are thinking about the future, not for us. I'm 67 years old. I'm thinking about the future of my children and my grandchildren. I would like them to live in a common environment with the indigenous people of the Republic of Cyprus, of the Cypriot people. That's what I would like. Because
did you say indigenous?
Yes.
Who are the indigenous people, sorry?
We're moving away from it. We can go into that.
No, but you said indigenous. I'm just curious who you mean. I'm not a Cypriot.
Just before you do that, it just goes back to what I say all the time. Bringing up, trying to compare people's pains is impossible, right? What one person what one person or one family.
I didn't mean to.
I get that. Now I get that, but I didn't
and
take
if I did, I'm
that
sorry. And if I did that, I'm sorry, because pain is not measurable. Pain is pain.
I agree with you, absolutely.
And you also have to remember that I witnessed what went in the 60s and the 70s, and I know firsthand. Okay? I know it.
So, Simon, can you just repeat, because I'm not a Cypriot myself.
Forget that. We don't care who the indigenous people are. Simon, I just want to say to you, my brother, we all love you and we respect you. You're a highly intelligent person, and we was a bit shocked at what you said, but now that you cleared it up, I'm glad you explained it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Simon.
I like being on these lives, and the reason is that it's probably not because I want to debate and put my case forward. It's because I want to connect with people like you. That's why I come on those lives, on these lives.
Good on you, Simon.
Let's not go into who we think the indigenous people are.
It doesn't even matter. Dig up some bones out of the cemetery and tell them they're indigenous. Who cares?
You're right.
So look, can I just look, as a non-Cypriot, what do people think will be the viable solution on the island, moving the next 10, 20, 30 years?
Two-state solution.
Okay.
Theodore, I'm not even going to lie to you. I don't live in Cyprus. I think the people that live there should decide. I think if you own land there or you got people there, you should decide, have a vote. Whatever you lot want, I'm happy with it. Any land I get, any money I get, I'm selling it. I'll rather buy land in Spain. I'll be honest with you. If I want to go holiday, I'll go to Scotland. And instead of eating kebabs, I'm eating pie and mash. I'm happy. I'm telling you, man, I've had enough of this Cyprus thing, man. Like, to be honest with you, Like, but I'm here, like Simon said, to connect with people and to kind of like, you know, I want to stand up for the Cypriots as well. I feel like they deserve to have a voice. Like, I don't really think what I think is important, to be honest.
Can I look? That's a good answer, actually. But can I just give you a view of an Australian non-Cypriot? What I think would be a fair solution. You come back to me, tell me what you think.
Sure.
So the way I see it is, and Simon is right, you know, you can talk about the past, but really we should be focusing on the future. How do we come to a resolution? There's a lot of pain, there's a lot of grief, a lot of distrust between the communities. But moving forward, since early 2000s, when they opened up the border, people started exploring each other's communities, and by and large, it was a successful plan for the last 23 years, whatever it is. So imagine this for a minute. Let's say that the two independent states, but both states are under the EU, which means limited, obviously, for the first 5 years, like when Poland became a European Union member, they couldn't migrate to Britain for 5 or 10 years, whatever. That slowly eased out. So imagine two states, two EU member states, freedom of movement in time, free trade, free cooperation. Obviously, ownership of property would be dealt in a panel committee, which already is at the moment. Both sides would comply with EU laws, they'd be consistent with EU laws and so forth. What would be the, obviously, protection of property rights and whatnot? What would be the problem with that? I mean, I don't see, apart from symbolic and historical and all that sort of stuff, what would be the actual practical issues for both communities?
As a Turkish Cypriot, we have no problem with that. You need to ask that question to Greek Cypriots.
Well, the main issue is from the Greek Cypriot side is the ROC will not accept that. They won't accept the two-state solution. Whether that's
Do we have any Greek Cypriots here?
Well, I'm of Greek Cypriot origin, so I've answered the question.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise, mate. Sorry.
Oh shit, you're right, man. There's not many Greek Cypriots here. What's happened? It's just me and Chris.
You scared them all away.
I've just noticed it now.
That's all right. Chris, go on. Sorry, mate, for interrupting you.
Who wants to swap with migration?
Yeah. Swap me out.
Sorry, whoever wants. Flip a coin.
Swap me out, please.
Oh, okay.
So, Christo, sorry, mate. Continue what you were saying before.
The RS, I mean, I don't spend as much time on these lives anymore because I just feel that we just get so invested in talking about the past and pointing them against each other that nothing really ever practical comes of these lives. You know, we all get heated and we're all passionate and we've all got our own stories about the past and why we feel how we feel now. You know, so as per me, it stirs me when I sort of hear things, and like when I see people that we just can't get over. It just feels like we just can't get over the past, even though a lot of it was very difficult and very traumatic for many of us. Some of us just aren't able to get over it, and which is why understandably many Turkish Cypriots want their own sovereignty and their own state that is recognised by the people. But again, many Greek Cypriots feel that want the island to be united, or still believe in a future where we can find a resolution together. I mean, the main answer to your question is that I've already answered. That I just don't feel that the ROC, who kind of still sees the island as one, would, they're the ones with the cards, so why would they cede and allow a internationally recognised Northern Cyprus,
Well, I can answer that question. It's quite simple, because up until recently, you'd be right. The legitimate, according to international law and in the international community, the legitimate government of the whole Cyprus is the Republic of Cyprus. But up until they found the gas and natural resources, they, they cannot explore it or use or extract the oil without distributing to the other co-founder of the republic. So they've got themselves in a very sticky situation where that even if it's technically true, the Republic of Cyprus, right, they're two co-founders in the republic. So the recognized government cannot take it solely and trade without distributing. So
it's been solved.
Yeah, but so
it's been solved. It's not a problem. It's been solved.
Explain how it's been solved.
Yes, because if we are going to have any economical like benefit, we are saving the 20% for the Turkish Cypriots proportionally, because that's how much their population is. So it's easily already been solved, and no worries about that.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. So you say that 20% because of the population, it's actually more than 20%, but under what pretext, under what provision it is 20%? Is it just based on population, or the 40% parts that they had back in the constitution?
Okay, so you know that the Turkish Cypriots have a Republic of Cyprus, European passport. They are all registered. We know the numbers. Do you?
Correct.
Do you like? Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we know how many they are. We know the percentage. Hello.
Yes.
We can hear you, man.
Yes. Yes. I told you. We know the percentage.
But the question is, well, hang on a second. The question is, technically speaking, the Republic of Cyprus, right, is the legitimate government of the island, correct? So, so what if I were to tell you that if the Turkish Cypriots veto it, right? They say no, we don't want this. We don't want this happening. Do they have a right to veto right now?
No.
Why?
Because they left the parliament.
They're not.
They left the parliament.
They're not sitting in parliament.
They're not part of. They're not part of the parliament. They're not part of the government.
So it's fair to say they're excluded entirely from decision making.
They self-isolated. They're not excluded. They self-isolated. They chose it. They made the decision.
They were threatened and kept out of the parliament when bloody Noel.
So technically,
I disagree.
We don't need to get into that migration. That's going over to the past again.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, Cyprus, can you answer my question as a Greek Cypriot? I said it before, and me not taking any sides. I mean, there's conflict. There's both communities have a story, and equally they're valid. But moving forward, Cyprus.
How many years you live in Cyprus? How old are you? How many years?
Δεν είμαι Κυπρέος, είμαι Αυστραλέζο.
You know, good.
You're also a Christian Zionist, right, Theodore? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm a Christian Australian Zionist, correct?
Yeah, Theodore.
So okay, Theodore, you need to study first, because you are making the wrong assumptions after another.
Κατάλαβα όλα ό,τι λες, έμαθα πολλά στο σχολείο μου, but what I wanted to ask you, the question is, as a Greek Cypriot, moving forward, what if there's two states, both states under the European Union, which means freedom of movement, protection of property, individual property rights, and obviously there'll be a committee to determine, properties on both sides. Yes. One second. Free trade, cooperation between both states, and both states have to be consistent with European law. So, as a Greek Cypriot yourself, what are your objections, if any, to the proposed plan?
You want my quick answer is Brexit. The quick answer is no. I disagree totally, because you know what happened with Brexit? They left the EU. So if we say to the Turkish Cypriots, let's have a two-state and you join the EU, they will say yes. Next year, they apply for a Sayhtir. The Sayhtir is Sayhtir. So they will leave the EU, join Turkey, and what we created, we gifted them double the land that they are supposed to have because they're going to get like 35-40% of the land in a two-state solution. By them being only an 18%, they will leave the EU. We cannot get fooled again by them. So we are taking all the precautions. So we are going to have a civil solution. And you know what? You ask the perfect question. You know what that picture is? That's the CHTP. It's the party of Erhürman, which they stand for a unified Cyprus within the BBF, following the civilized common law, not the Ottoman law. Forget the Ottoman law. Now we're talking about civilized common law, and this is my answer to you. The solution of Cyprus is a unified Cyprus. It's very simple. It's simple things.
Cyprus,
We need to leave the
Ottoman. I understand what you're saying. You're saying a unified Cyprus, but who's going to dominate the republic?
Two communities, man. Two communities. No,
equal?
No one is
Equal?
going to be above.
It would have to
So
be.
would it be equal?
Yeah, it has to be.
Self-governing. Yes, equal. In the foreign, the problem is on the foreign policy. They will be equal. On the foreign policy, it's going to be the two non-domination.
No, Cyprus. Specifically, are you talking about a bicommunal, bizonal states?
Yes, you see, the BBF is both communities will drop some of their ego in order to have a peaceful solution that is called the BBF. The Greek Cypriots want
but
the
what I'm
whole
asking is,
island.
Cyprus, what I'm asking is your vision a federation, a bicommunal, bizonal federation with equal rights for both states under federal?
Let's not act as if we live outside this world. A fair democracy is where each man has one vote. We, the Greek Cypriots, we will accept the BBF for the Turkish Cypriots to have double the power into the parliament, double the power into the new government, and we will accept it in the sake of peace so that we don't go back, we proceed forward. This is an unfair solution, yet we will still accept it because we are willing to go for peace. Erhürman is okay with this solution, and he understands that it is in the best interest of the Turkish Cypriots because they have been isolated from the world because of Turkey's action. They are hostages. The Turkish Cypriots are hostages to Turkey.
I'm not hostage.
They are occupied from Turkey.
Theodore, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm a bit baffled as to why you and a couple of others are against looking at the past. What Cyprus is saying is what happened in 1960. And I'm not going to bore you with quotes, but there are famous quotes. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Look back to learn how to look forward. So if someone...
It's not necessarily about talking about the past. It's about talking about the complete past from both sides. And when there's one rhetoric for a bias, it makes it seem like you're trying to... It's antagonizing. It's like you're trying to have a debate which turns into an argument, a fight, and come on top. But there are no heroes in this story. Sorry, my friend, you've been talking the whole fucking life. Shut up for 1 second, let someone finish a sentence.
Can you speak in a civilized manner? Because I'm not swearing.
Well, it's not very civilized to just keep flipping talking over everybody on the live. I mean, seriously.
I've asked Theodore a question and you butted in and then you swore because you're not civilized. So I'm
not civilized, please. You really don't know anything about me, so please.
I know that you swear at someone you don't know, and that's quite rude. I don't.
Yeah, because I swear. Yeah, okay, yes, you're very civilized, very, very nice, Mark. Very great. You spoke all the time about so much clever shit you came out with. I could like rebuttal half of the shit you was talking about.
Well, I tend to know more than you. That's why.
No, you don't. You don't know anything more than me because you failed to mention so many things. But I don't want to get into this back and forth because I actually like a lot of Turkish Cypriot people and get on with them, right? And when we go back and forth about this history bollocks, right, it's not going to aid you in the future because we're in 2026 right now. You want to keep going back to the past and back to the past and back to the past. You first of all, the first thing you mentioned was when was Enosis created? When did it come about? 1821. Can you tell me what the Ottomans did to the Greek Cypriots when that first ever appeared in Cyprus? Please tell the panel.
Yes, according to Professor Venedict, the Greeks were happy that the Ottomans came because the Louisians and the Venetians discriminated against the Greek Orthodox Church for 400 years. And when the Ottomans came...
No. Tell me what happened in 1821.
Where?
In Cyprus. What did the Ottomans do to the Greek Cypriots in Cyprus?
Because of the uprising in Cyprus, the Ottomans killed a number of Greeks.
Can you go further into it? Because you went into so much detail about how bad the Greek Cypriots were to the Turkish Cypriots. Tell us what the Turks did to the Greeks. Go on.
I told you, there was an uprising by the Greek Cypriots, and the Turks killed several
How many villages were eradicated, and how many people were unalive, and how many people were hanged in the squares, and what people were hanged in the squares in Larnaca?
I told you, several thousand.
Right, several.
Mario, we don't need to get into the past.
Exactly, which is the whole point about why you don't need to keep going into the past, because there are no heroes in this story. No one is right in this story, my friend.
Right. If someone came into this conversation
and to Theodore below what you suggested about two states being under the EU, I'm completely down for that.
Mario, if someone came into this conversation, if someone came into this conversation and heard that we're talking about a bi-communal federation, don't you think they'll say, well, you had a bi-communal federation in 1960, what happened?
That was a different time though, Mark. It was 60 years ago.
Yes, it was a different way of thinking. Like it's the same rhetoric as saying if you open up the borders and the Turkish army leaves, all of a sudden all us Greeks are going to lose our minds and come and unalive you. To hear that is very offensive, like on the whole, because most of us would never do that. Most of us don't think like that.
On a daily basis,
vast majority would never want to pick up arms and go into that situation ever again.
Mario, on a daily basis, we look at our past mistakes and we structure our future accordingly. So, with something as important as this Cyprus problem.
Okay, so what's your basis for a solution then?
I don't have a solution.
He said two-state. He said he wants two-state.
Can you please tell me what a two-state looks like?
The only viable solution I can see for it to work is a two-state solution where there's an independent Greek Cypriot Republic and an independent Turkish Cypriot Republic. That's the extent of my ability to come up with a solution, because I don't believe anything else would work.
Me and Shahid said we want a caliphate, but
I'll follow up with that.
That's not on the cards, is it?
Yeah, we want to see that.
Let me follow up on that, because to make a two-state viable to a Greek Cypriot, like bring me along, bring me on board. Tell me, should I, as a Greek Cypriot who has land taken from my family who had nothing to do with any war or anything, should I be allowed my citizenship to the TRNC as a citizen of the country in which my family came from?
If there's a two-state solution, you would have to apply by usual means to become a citizen, whatever the usual means are.
Yes, but as at the current stage, I'm not allowed to do that because I'm Greek Cypriot. But should I be allowed to under your state of a solution, under a recognition of your state there? Should I be allowed or is it just exclusively for Turkish Cypriot people?
Allowed to do what? What do you want to be allowed to do?
I want to be able to live exactly as you do on the TRNC with equal rights.
Well, if you're a citizen of a different country, you can't do that. You can't go to Argentina and do that, can you?
No. Let me rephrase it again. My family owned land there. I have the billing of that. I'm from this country.
You should be compensated, in my view.
No, I don't want to be compensated. I want the equal. I want the citizenship.
Well,
you know what? You know what, Mario, to your credit, if you look at the 2004 referendum, it did allow a provision of a small amount of Greek Cypriots and a small amount of Turkish Cypriots. If they choose to migrate, they could stay in the opposite constituent states. So there is a provision for people like you, should you wish to take it.
As in to gain the TRNC citizenship?
Yes, so the main obstacle for the failure...
Theodore, don't bother me. I've been on the island for 20 years.
What do you want a citizenship for unrecognized
I've been here for 20
state?
years. No, I'm trying to make the point of the fact that to claim to want a different two-state under a 160,000 population was taken from that state, to try to get them on board to recognize you, you shout and scream for a two-state with no actual presenting a way to get that on board, because the only people who want a solution in Cyprus are going to be the ones who have to gain their lands back or to go back to their homes or anything. The vast majority, as Jay said earlier, who lives here like me, they don't care, they don't give a fuck, because it's not beneficial to their lives, everyday life, for a solution of any case. Why would they?
Correct.
Vast majority of the population are foreign. They're from other countries. The vast majority of the population, their family who was ever involved in 74 are not with them anymore today. The vast majority had nothing to do with the North, were living on the South anyway. So really, who are you getting on that referendum to put a tick for a solution? How are you?
But the thing is, Murray, it's true what you're saying. It's true what you're saying, but you'd still want compensation, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would want. Yes, I'm one of those people, though, Theodore. I'm one of those people. Where are the rest of them? I'm like going to be.
No, look, the majority of people, Murray, the reality is, whether it's a two-state solution or whether it's a federation, you cannot have a situation where the majority of the North would be Greek Cypriots, where there's two states under federalization. So what would happen? There would be it was already agreed in 2004.
All right, guys. Sorry to interrupt everyone. I do need to close the live.
I'll run there.
We'll pick it up next time. Yeah.
Isn't this the reason? Because it's a complicated issue that 60 years they've been great.
I'm running the after party, so if you want to carry on, feel free. Right.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Open one up? Thank you. I will. Who's opening it up?
Shahin.
No worries, mate.
Sahin, the guy on the right.
Sahin, no worries. I'll come and join you, mate, if you don't mind.
All right, good day, mate.
Thanks, guys. Have a good.
See you later.